5:05. Welcome to the 15th edition of a Skyrim Addict podcast Roundtable. This is the second episode of Season 3, the Civil War. We are the show who compares and contrasts Skyrim experiences through a lively roundtable discussion by playing through the same quests with characters who have been randomly assigned drastically different attributes. Welcome, everyone.
Hello, everybody.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hey, we'll start off the show this week with introducing a couple new participants. We are joined this week by both Carl and Tom. Carl, would you like to tell us your name? Sorry about that. Hang on just a second. I forgot to pause the damn thing behind me. There we go. Always do that. I forgot to turn off the YouTube broadcast, and it was broadcasting back in on itself. I don't know if you guys could hear it. Probably not. But
A little bit.
okay. Sorry about that. Carl, new participants, Carl and Tom this week. Carl, would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're calling in from and all that?
I'm Carl. I'm calling in from Washington, the Evergreen State, and I'm playing a female Khajiit that loves heavy armor and a heavier weapon.
Female Khajiit? Heavy.
I don't know if you can see the picture of my person.
Oh, is that your current character?
Yeah, I got a screenshot of a killing blow on a Elder Dragon.
Oh, nice.
Is that Stalrim? What are you wearing?
I think it's
Ancient
from
Nordic.
Ancient Nordic, okay.
Yeah. One of the add-ons I have allows me to
shut
craft
up,
it.
Colin. Jeez.
Ah, so you're on PC, yeah?
Yes. I started out on Xbox.
Ah, so like a lot of us, I think. What was it? Me, Brian and Victor, we all started on Xbox, I think.
Yep.
Went to PC.
Now, what's
I'm
that
still
say
on
that I
Xbox.
can still play on my PS3, but you guys had to abandon your crappy Xboxes and flee towards the
Oh, well, I was always a
personal
PC
computer?
gamer, so it was just a coming home when I went back to the PC, so...
I
Yeah,
bought
I'm still on
I bought
Xbox.
my PC for ESO, so that's my excuse.
Mine is more of not what I play on, it's more where I can play it.
Mm,
PC is portable. The Xbox and TV really aren't.
yeah. Yep.
So, Colin, you actually purchased a whole new system just for the new ESO game.
Yeah, I mean, I had modding Skyrim in the back of my mind the whole time as well.
Yeah.
But, yeah, mainly just for ESO.
And you did that with assistance from the Nine Knights fellas, right?
Yeah, from Hesser and the Dark Legend.
Very nice.
They put me onto the right guys. I finally found my receipts of the system I actually bought because I forgot everything. I forgot what graphics card, what thing, everything. But I finally found it. If anybody asks me what type of system I have now, I can actually answer them.
So just say a computer, the black one. Nice.
It's a PC.
We're also joined by Tom. Tom, would you like to give us a brief introduction?
Yeah, sure. My name's Tom Essex. I live in beautiful Noblesville, Indiana, and I play a male Argonian.
Tom lives in the same town I do. How did we not know that?
I thought I heard that on a earlier podcast, but I was like, I surely heard that wrong. But
That's hilarious. And Victor's been here. Victor has worked on the organ at the Catholic Church or something, if I remember right.
oh,
I think
really?
so. Yep.
Here's where you
Interesting.
find out you guys actually live next door to each
Yeah,
other.
Tom's across the street. I'm waving right now. Hello, Tom. Hey,
Oh
how's
my
it going?
God, there he is. How about that?
That's
Well, you guys
crazy.
got the same beard, so...
Small world. I almost shaved mine this morning, except for we're supposed to get another 4 to 6 inches of snow tonight, so...
Yeah, it's gonna suck.
So is that the purpose of the beard, to stay warm?
Well, plus my wife likes having 2 husbands. So I go about 4 months with a beard, and then I will get rid of the beard, usually end of February, whenever spring starts to make its first approach.
Yeah, the only problem with that is you're gonna freak out your boy.
Yeah, I have the child recoils in fear every time I try to kiss his forehead or something. He's like, "Oh God, no! Don't touch me." So,
It's a Brillo pad.
yeah, exactly. Maybe he'll actually let me get close to him if I shave off the beard. But it'll definitely change the smell. I've heard that babies use smell more than any other sense right off the bat. So
Yeah.
we'll see if his eyes start kicking in eventually. But, well, good to meet you, Tom. What kind of character are you playing?
I've got a male Argonian who is sneaky.
Nice. So we've got a Khajiit and an Argonian joining up. That's nice. I didn't know if we had any of those from the previous podcast, so that'll be good to hear from the Khajiit and the Argonians. Gotta love the animals in the
Yeah.
party.
Good at carrying luggage or becoming luggage, one of these.
That's right.
A fuzzy pair of slippers. Or a leather pair of slippers from the
I was
Argonians.
gonna say.
Nice, yeah. All right. Well, what were your characters' names? Carl, what'd you say your character's name was?
I used a name generator, Dor-Ah, and I would, according to the generator, the prefix DOR means thief. And since I'm eventually going to have to do the Thieves Guild, I figured that was perfect.
Sounds good. And Tom?
Yeah, my name is Knight Stillwaters.
Oh yeah, I saw you post a picture.
Yeah. Simply because I thought it sounded awesome. My wife disagreed, but I thought it sounded pretty cool.
That's pretty appropriate for the Argonians. They're very literal in their naming of themselves. All right, sounds good. So we'll just go down the row here then and do a brief introduction of everyone else. Welcome to the new guys, Carl and Tom. So Brian, can you tell us a little bit about your character and yourself?
Yeah, name's Brian. I live outside of Chicago. My character is a male Breton by the name of Meathead.
Yes.
And, yeah, that's him.
And Meathead is on the upper side of the IQ scale, correct?
Sure.
Yeah, top 10.
His skills are warrior skill is heavy armor, which is sitting currently at 57. His mage skill is illusion, which is currently sitting at 52, and his thief skill is speech, which is sitting at 50.
Very nice.
And the only two skills I've maxed out so far are enchanting and smithing.
Yeah, enchanting seems to be even if you're not concentrating on enchanting, it seems like one of the ones that's easiest to get to 100 pretty quickly.
Yeah, well, I wanted to work on his armor, being that he recently went to unarmed combat only, so I wanted to make sure I was able to put the enchantments where I needed them, and so he can survive.
That's pretty awesome. And how are you going about this unarmed battling style here?
A lot of moving around. There's a lot of back and forth, side to side movement, because if you just try standing in front of anything, you'll get killed pretty quick. The enchantment, I went and got the gloves of the pugilist and broke those down, and then you can only put them on two items, which happens to be gauntlets and a ring, which is what I put them on, and that's why I want to get the enchanting up to 100 to make it as strong as possible. And I also have in the heavy armor tree on the left side, there's a perk for unarmed combat as well, so I have that. And I also have a mod, Dance with Death, I think is the name of the mod, and it adds kill moves, so not only do you, in vanilla Skyrim, you already have kill cam with unarmed combat, but this one adds extra ones to it, so, and you can also adjust it to how often you get a kill cam, so I set it at 75%, so most of my kills I'm getting kill cams. It's pretty awesome.
Nice.
Sweet.
And your damage is based on the strength of your gauntlets, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I was going to ask, if you smith up those gauntlets really high, will that make your punch that much harder? Will you deal more damage the more smithed up your gauntlets get?
I thought it wasn't supposed to work that way, but it does, because I can knock out a giant with about 5 punches.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. So what if you enchant your gauntlets with heavy armor? Does that also improve that?
What do you mean enchanted with heavy armor?
Yeah, because you know how you
Fortify heavy armor.
armor.
Oh, it doesn't make them stronger. All it does is, that's why I went up to 100 in enchanting, so I can put 2 enchantments on there. So I do have it to where I get a little bit more protection, but that's about it. That they don't do any more damage from.
Okay. That's okay. That's
But
interesting.
so the enchanting wouldn't help it, but smithing it up will actually
Make them stronger, yeah. So it'll give me a little bit more protection, and I'm not sure if smithing it up too high makes them stronger as well.
so you won't deal more damage
Because
necessarily.
I'm running full iron armor, so it's smithed up pretty much as high as it's going to go. Because I used all sorts of potions and stuff, and enchanted smithing stuff to smith everything up. So,
Have you taken any perks in the smithing tree at all? Are you making anything besides iron armor? You sticking
no,
with
for right
iron?
now I'm just sticking with iron armor. I might do something later, but I like the look of the iron armor on the character I have.
Yeah, just the classic iron armor helmet with the horns, the downward turned horns. It's pretty classic, but still, it's hard.
The only
to
thing
beat
he's not
that
wearing,
look.
he's not wearing a helm because he doesn't want to mess up that mohawk he's got. It's pretty, so.
Gonna mess up that pretty face. Very nice. Well, welcome, Brian, and let's see. We've heard from Carl, so we'll talk to Colin next. Hello, Colin.
Hi guys, my name's Colin. I was just in the middle of a yawn. My character's name is Jonaria Arkvalen. She's a Dunmer, a dark elf. She's a mage concentrating in destruction, sneak, and something else, smithing. Currently, she lives on Soul's Time because she finds happier there living with other Dunmer.
You like Soul's
That's it.
Time. You spend... Lord knows we spent enough time on Soul's Time in the last episode. It seems like you turned and just went right back up to Soul's Time again.
Yeah, I enjoy it a lot there. It's a lot of fun. You get I think it's because it was the last DLC. It was the last DLC, wasn't it? I think they, they had a lot of practice with like the first game, and second DLC, and I think they made a lot of things better and learned from like a few mistakes they probably made in the earlier games. So you get much better character interaction and things. So I enjoy that a lot more.
If I remember right from your from the first episode of this season, you had a homestead issue that made you want to go get Severin Manor. What was happening with that again?
The home I've been assigned is her gym or Herium, and that's inside Windhelm.
Up in Windhelm.
And you can't get that on. The only way you can get it if you're on the Stormcloak side is to get to the mission where you clear Fort Newgrad, and then what's his name? Ulfric says, "Oh, you can purchase somewhere in property here in the city." But if you're on the Imperial side, the only way you can get it is completely go through the entire Civil War, and then become Thane, and then you can buy the property, I think.
So that means you wouldn't be able to get it until the last episode of the season.
Plus, I have there's a couple of mods for Severin Manor, and the one I've got is quite nice. It makes everything, because half of it is kind of, it has all the stuff in it is Nordic. I look outside, it looks like it's dumb, but all the stuff of it is same as Nordic. It doesn't look right. So they've changed all the lanterns to be those paper lanterns, and they've put loads of flowers everywhere. There's the kitchen is huge. It's got a few different things added to it. So they've moved the mannequins out of the bedroom and put them by the smithing area and put loads of lights up. It's really nice.
Nice. Do you find yourself using the cooking stuff very regularly?
Yeah, I usually make elsewhere fondue, because that gives you 100 extra magicka and extra magicka regeneration for like 720 seconds.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's a long time.
Is that valuable? Is it nearly as good to make food and sell it as it is like potions, or are they not
Valuable
as
selling? No, it's not worth that much money, and plus it's difficult to find. You've got to use it's either cheese wheel, and it has to be the whole one. It can't be the sliced one. You need a leek, and you need some ale, and some moon sugar. So it's quite expensive.
That sounds like a
Moon sugar.
tasty recipe.
Yeah.
But isn't that elsewhere fondue? That would lead me to believe that it's like cat milk.
Well,
But
it is from from elsewhere, so it's.
But
from,
if it's Eider cheese, that's something else. But probably
it's
not
fondue.
Probably
So
not
it's
kitties.
yeah, it's fondue, so it's like cheese.
Yeah. Because Lord knows I'd love some cat milk. Good stuff. All right, so we'll move on and say hello to Juan. How are you doing this evening, sir?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Awesome.
So my character is Ardwin Speller. She's Altmer, female, focusing on 100, which I'm at 86. My mage skill is conjuration, which I've achieved 100. Thief skill pickpocket, which I'm at 81. My stat distribution was 3 for magicka, 2 for health, and 0 for stamina.
Stamina.
I am on my second follower, who's Torvar. Purchased Proudspire Manor.
The
and
expensive one, yes.
Yeah. And I have my Reekling Warrior follower, and I have finished the Dark Brotherhood, which was my faction.
What happened with your first follower?
We went into basically a nest of Draugr Deathlords, and he did not survive. As well as my first Reekling Warrior as well. Neither one of them made it.
But Reekling Warriors, like I believe we went over this in the last episode, those regenerate, so you can basically go back and get as many as you want, right?
Yeah, that one works out pretty well.
And the bonus of having your Reekling Warrior follower is also don't random ones pop out for you in the middle of big battles too?
Oh yeah, it's actually really nice. I'm spending a lot of time in Solstheim as well, and Normally, I'm running like 4 Reekling Warriors are sitting there battling for me, along with my follower, myself, and 2 Dremora Lords.
That sounds great when fighting in wide open spaces. Do they ever get in your way when you're like going through little tunnels and need to turn around, or when you step into a Falmer tent to see if there's a chest in there, but then you turn around to try to leave and people are standing in your way? Does that ever happen with the Reekling Warriors? Are they up in the
happens
business?
with everybody.
Yeah.
And it was actually nice that we started the Dragon Quest, because now I just Fusrod all them out of the way.
Ah, there you go. They don't get mad and turn on you?
I haven't had one turn on me yet, but we are not even halfway through the season, so we shall see.
Yeah. Well, keep note of that. That'll be good to know. All right. And next we have Tom. We said hello to Tom. What house were you assigned, Tom?
Oh, you're going to make me look it up right quick. I got the page. I believe it's in Riften. Honeyside.
Honeyside?
Yeah, it's Honeyside.
That's one I've never actually owned, but I've heard it's very nice.
Yeah, it's a good crib.
Yeah, I don't know. I read online that I'm going to get it by going through a certain storyline, and I think it might be a quest that we're assigned.
Mm-hmm.
I could be completely wrong. Don't quote me on that. But so I've kind of held off on getting that yet.
How are you playing without a house? Do you have storage issues at all, or how are you taking care of that?
No, I've basically just been selling everything I come across, which is nice for the pocketbook, but I've got really nothing to spend it on at the moment because I've got everything I need. So I've just kind of been toting stuff to town.
Very nice.
What's your faction?
Dark Brotherhood at the moment.
Oh, okay. Once you finish it, you have that really nice man cave for your character.
Oh, the one in was that Dawnstar?
Yeah, that one. And,
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and Dark Brotherhood followers are pretty badass.
Yeah, I was actually assigned Cicero as a follower, so that would be cool.
There you go.
Yeah, and I was wondering about the Dark Brotherhood. Isn't there a quest where you have to, like, not kill the Emperor or something like that? Does that screw with the Civil War at all, or is it all disconnected?
No, it's the Emperor of all of Tamriel.
Oh, okay. Because all I could remember was killing the Emperor, and I was like, wait a minute. I was like, I don't want to screw something up by doing that.
Yeah, nope.
Okay, cool beans. I'll just keep going with that then.
Yeah.
Now that's something I hope comes up later in the conversation, because I want to discuss that a little bit too. If you're in the Dark Brotherhood, but you're like you drew Imperial, but you still have to complete the Dark Brotherhood quest.
Yeah.
Does that sort of, make the storyline a little weird if you're part of the Empire, but
also, yeah, I don't know. That's why I was kind of holding off on the Brotherhood thing, because I was like, I don't want to get too deep and then screw something up. But I guess that was kind of silly. I just didn't want to booger it up. That's all.
No. Well, that is a good topic of conversation. Hopefully, it will pop up later, and then we'll move on to Victor and say hello to Victor.
Hey everybody, I'm Victor. I'm from Massachusetts. And I have actually changed my character since the last episode. I had a lot of trouble with my original character and in the videos I was trying to make, and they really sucked. So I couldn't bring the story around where I wanted it. So I reconstituted. It's another male Nord. His name is Faldir Wintermane. He's from Dawnstar. Let's see what he was assigned. His thief skill is pickpocket. His warrior skill is block, and his mage skill is conjuration. Now, I don't really grind a lot. I sort of try to do things somewhat organically, so I'm pretty low. I just made level 10 overall. His conjuration is at 25. I should also say that I redid my entire mod package for this playthrough, and I'm running Percus Maximus and Deadly Combat and Combat Evolved for the combat mods. I'm using Apocalypse spells for magic, as well as the stuff that's added by Perma.
Could you say just a few words about what each of those does or what that means?
Well, Percus Maximus is a complete perk overhaul. It's like, if anybody knows what Skyrim is, it's sort of the successor to Skyrim. It totally redoes all the trees. It's a completely different game. So I figured I had already played it a little bit with a couple other characters, but I hadn't done a real playthrough with it, so I figured I'd give it a shot. There's lots of good stuff out there on the web about it by people who are a lot smarter than I am. So, but it does add a lot. It really, really fleshes out all of the trees, makes them interesting, and adds a lot of cool abilities. So, and with I'm running a lot of other mods. I think a total of about I don't know how many, 89 or 90 mods on this playthrough. So, but anyway, he also had his stat spread of 3 health, 2 stamina, and 1 magicka. And what else should I say about him? I've also been assigned Honeyside, and yes, you do have to go through a couple of quests, and I didn't look ahead far enough to see if they were actually assigned to us or not. My follower is also, I forget her name, but she's the housecarl for Honeyside, coincidentally, so I can't get my follower until I get Honeyside. And also become the Thane of Riften. And my wife is supposed to be Dravinia. Dravinia is a Dunmer who works in the mines near Windhelm in is it Carthwayston or whatever that little town is right next to Windhelm. I haven't quite gotten around to getting her yet, but that's roughly where I am with Faldir right now.
Welcome, Faldir. Whoa.
Somebody sawing wood there or something?
Sounds like it. Well, I'll go last here. My name is Andrew, and I'm calling in also from Noblesville, Indiana. And the character I play is known as Geldir Borwin. She is an overall level 44 with an 89 in archery, a 75 in alchemy, and 100 in alteration. The other school that I've gotten 100 in is enchanting. That was not assigned. It just happens to always get jacked up the way that I play. I've been assigned the house in Markarth, Valendril Hall, and I know Markarth gets bashed on a lot, but I've been enjoying running around Markarth.
It's a great city.
Yeah.
You're the one who usually bashes it.
It's Michael. Michael's the one. He threatened to cancel the Roundtable for me saying that I actually like the Forsworn in Markarth. But as we get into some interesting, exciting events or cool bugs or glitches or interesting treasure and finds, something I wanted to just briefly mention here is that I have a spouse who is in the what mine? He's a miner. He's an Argonian miner from, is it called Dark Waters Mine? Dark Crossing Mine?
Darkwater Crossing, yeah.
Darkwater Crossing, there you go. And he was swimming in the pools below the waterfall one day. This is according to the townspeople in Darkwater Crossing. And all of a sudden he disappears, and it turns out that there's a Falmer hive up in the mountains not too far away from the mine there in the town. So I go up to find him, and there's a bunch of Falmer in there, and I clear it out, and I rescue him. He's trapped in a dungeon down there, and he's very thankful for being rescued, and we all pop out, and when we come out of the mountainside cave there, he oddly disappears. So I go back down to the town, and I don't see him anywhere, so I do the thing where I waited 24 or 48 hours, and then I found him walking around. So I said, oh, okay, cool. Hey, buddy, how are you doing? So I put on my amulet of Mara, and I went up and started flirting a little bit, flashing a little ankle, and he said, ooh, I might like to get to know you. So we decided to go off to Riften, to the Temple of Mara, and have the whole ceremony and everything. But faster than the ceremony could end, he turned around and ran out the door as fast as he could. And I was like, okay, this is a little weird, but all right, buddy, we'll see you later. And so I ran and tried to follow him as fast as I could out of the door of the temple into the city of Riften, and I didn't see him anywhere. So I went back to the Darkwater Crossing mine village there, and found him walking around there, and I did the whole thing where it's like, oh, honey, we need to pick a house. Where would you like to live? So I said, oh, we can move into my place in Valendril Hall over in Markarth. And he seemed to be pretty excited about that. He said, yeah, that sounds great. Let's do that. So we agreed that we would live in Valendril Hall over in Markarth. But it was weeks and weeks and weeks, and I still never saw him in the house, ever. He was never at the house. So I was just getting really confused about where he was going, what he was up to, like if he was really dedicated to this relationship as I was. And so just one night, and it only happens at night, I walked into the city gates of Markarth. And if you know anything, Valendril Hall is kind of up on the mountainside, about 2 or 3 levels up. If you just look up and to the right as soon as you enter the gates, you can see the doorway for Valendril Hall. And I look up and I see him exiting our house and running down as fast as he can. And I was just going to watch him to see what he's going. I assume he's coming up to talk to me, but he just blows right past me and runs out the doors of Markarth. So I turned around and I followed him as far as I could, but I lost him just outside of I think it's Dragon Bridge, if I remember right. But I was just trying to follow him as fast as I could to see where he was going. But some vampires randomly attacked, and so I lost. But so I didn't see him for another long while. But then I entered the gates again at night, and I saw him coming down again. But this time I stopped him and talked to him, and I did the whole thing. It's like, oh, has the store made any money? And he handed me lots and lots and lots of money because
Nice.
He'd just been collecting it this whole time. But he had never given it to me, so he gave me all the money. And then after we talked, he said, I'm enjoying living here with you, honey. But then as soon as we was done talking, again, he just zoomed out the door, out of Markarth City, and started running away. And every time I've seen him since, I will stop him to get the money really quick, but he keeps just leaving. I've never seen him in Valindral Hall, but every time Markarth loads, that gives him the cue to leave Valindral Hall and run back to... I assume he's heading back to Darkwater Crossing, but I'm not exactly sure. Maybe the docks at Windhelm.
That's
or
really weird.
Something. I have no idea where he's going. But that's just the weirdest glitch that I've seen so far in this playthrough. I just thought it was really funny. I'm like, where's he going every damn time? I want to eventually... I'll get a horse and follow him, because I know he won't be able to outrun me then. But I just thought that was a really weird playthrough. Has anyone had any weird stuff? Any other weird glitches or cool stories or good treasure finds that are random, not part of our questing stuff yet?
Well, Faldir had a little run-in with Uthgerd.
Uh-oh.
Well, in the course of coming to the, trying to catch up with all the quests and things like that, he was in Whiterun, and he met up with Uthgerd coming down the street there, and they got in a little fight.
Uh-oh.
And at the time, Faldir was wearing, what was he wearing? Some kind of crappy, probably Stormcloak armor or something like that. So they're throwing punches and, the usual thing. And somehow in the middle of the fight, Carlotta gets involved. And she was there kind of spinning around, and then all of a sudden, I threw a punch at Uthgerd, and then Uthgerd turns around and starts punching Carlotta. And they go at it, and Carlotta kills Uthgerd.
Oh, no.
So Uthgerd's dead,
Uthgerd down.
And she has really great armor, so I took her armor.
Oh, nice.
And
Bully for you.
Yeah, so... But, poor Uthgerd, who's actually one of my favorite followers, is gone. I was very bummed out about that.
Did you lay some flowers at her feet or anything?
I did, and I took the key to her house, and I thought I was going to live there, but you can't use the bed, so I said, well,
that sucks.
Yeah, so...
No, that was a good idea, though. Try to take her house.
Yeah, well, I'm using another little mod called Hidden Hideouts of Skyrim, and there's one little hidden hideout in every city, so I use that, and that's where I keep my stuff. They all have little chests in them and stuff. So
you're staying in Whiterun?
Oh, I'm pretty much. I bought a horse, so I keep most of my stuff on the horse, and.
Do you have like a saddlebag type mod or something, or how does that work?
It's a mod called Convenient Horses, which is a super awesome mod. Anybody who's running PC game should use it. It's excellent and extremely stable. Works with just about everything. And yes, so the horse has configurable saddlebags. The horse has all kind. You can follow her horses, and you can change the saddles you use and stuff.
Cool.
It's really cool. It's good.
Can you get armor for your horse? That's something I always wish that you could do.
Yeah, you can get armor, but it doesn't really do anything. It's just decorative.
Yeah, it just looks cool, right?
Yeah.
Also allows you to have a horse in Solstheim as well.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
And the horses work into the factions, so you can set them to be, cowardly friendly, to participate in fights or not if you want. And you can also buy a special horn you can blow to call the horse.
That's cool. I think we've talked about that in the past, that it's annoying when you get separated from your horse, or you don't want your horse to be involved in a fight. You have to park him way over there and then run back to the battle if you don't want your horse to get killed in the middle of fighting.
You can also set the horses to essential so they won't get killed, which is convenient if you have several tons of stuff stuffed into the horse's saddlebags.
I can just see a picture of your character dragging a dead horse down the mountainside.
That's right. Yep.
I will not lose my stuff.
See, I don't ever have that problem. Before I got involved with the Roundtable, I got this nifty little add-on called, I believe it's called is it the Ring of Himalayan Hauling? So for those of you who don't know what that is, that's a ring that increases your carry weight by 10,000.
Holy cow!
Or if you have, if you have I have a couple other add-ons that allow me to quickly level stuff like enchanting or whatnot. I disenchanted it and re-enchanted it on our ring. I think it got me 32,000.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, I like to. I mean, convenient horses lets you set the maximum carry weight for your horse, so I usually set it at a sort of a realistic amount and try to keep it to that. And if he gets overloaded, I put stuff elsewhere. I don't it just doesn't seem right to throw thousands of pounds on a horse.
Yeah, what's a realistic carrying weight for a horse, do you think?
I set it at 600 pounds.
See,
I can see
I
that.
think that's pretty good because if you think about it, there's no way that I would be able to fight a battle while also carrying around 300 pounds of gear in my pockets or in my backpack or stuff like that. But a horse could totally carry 600 pounds.
Sure. Well, a horse can carry an armored knight, and these horses the Skyrim horses are sort of modeled after the old Percheron battle horses. So they're big, beefy horses. Mm-hmm. So I figured 600 is good.
Yeah, that's. I think that's believable. Much more believable than I'm able to sprint while carrying 330 pounds on my back.
Well, I just look at it as in the fact that your character is the only one that can do it because, realism went out the door when you could kill a dragon by yelling at it.
Yeah. No, I think it went out the door just before that when there were dragons.
Come on. Dragons are totally real.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
You non-believing.
Don't break the illusion. That's cool. Did anybody else have anything sort of out of the ordinary? Any weird little quirks or anything happen with your game so far?
I don't know if this is a quirk. I talked about it on the thing. So I found the Boethia quest a little while back, and I was like, I didn't have my follower yet because I still haven't figured out where to get that bastard. So I'm like, okay, I want to do the Boethia quest. I've never done this. Let's do it. So I went over and I think I took Sven, or was it Fangdal or whatever. One of them, the first one I ran across, was a very unfortunate day for them. Because I did their quest, I'm like, yeah, Fowler, come with me. I just have one job, then you can come home. I'm a little bit of a liar. I took him up to the Boethia place, strapped him to the thing, and killed him. The quest went fine. Went back to Whiterun. All the guards were on my ass like white on rice.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that in the Facebook group. Did you ever discover why?
I have no idea why, but they knew I killed him.
Huh.
I'm the only one who left that mountain alive. Well, other than Boethia herself. And I'm pretty sure she didn't rat me out.
I wouldn't trust a Daedric prince.
Yeah, Boethia ran to Balgruff and ratted you out, yeah.
Well, he wasn't that big. I think the thing was like it wasn't even 1,000 gold to pay him off to get them. Okay, here, take some gold. It's like, wow, at first it's like he was an honored member. Gold sack, yeah. Who cares about that bill?
That's funny. Speaking of bounties, I was doing the kill Vittoria Vici on her wedding day for the Dark Brotherhood. And I made it out after, I enacted the whichever stone lets you turn invisible for a day. I, shot the arrow and killed her, and then I had to kill one more guard, and then I turned invisible to flee. But the next time I came back into Solitude, I only killed the one guard, but the guy stopped me, and my bounty was I don't know, it was ridiculously low, 12 gold, 34 gold or something. And I paid off the bounty immediately because, that's not that high. But I was just like, is that really all a soldier's life is worth these days, gentlemen? 34 gold, come on.
Well, you picked up the gold, but when you drank the mead, or when you picked up the bow, that was fine. But the mead next to it, that wasn't yours, that was
stealing the mead right next to it.
And don't kill a chicken.
Yeah, don't you dare catch a chicken in the crossfire of a shell, ever. Yeah.
I have something funny that happened to my, when Skyrim first came out, my little brother was playing on Xbox, and I had no interest in it, but he was doing lockpicking, and he kept on getting caught, and I'm like, and I just made some offhanded comment to him about, I could do it better, and I was like, okay, so I'm being watched. I turn around, there's a cow and 3 chickens behind me. I kill all 3 of them, and then just go and open the door. The cow and chickens kept turning him in.
I think it's the chickens that turn you in.
Yeah.
These damn chickens, got to pay them off first. So, sorry, Juan, go ahead.
I showed up in Valkyrie and was attacked by a revenant dragon, and luckily it was at night because he was throwing guards all over the town. I don't know where he tossed some of them over some of the buildings. It was so funny.
like grabbed him with his jaws and just tossed him, or shouted him?
No, he sit there and shake his head and just toss him. I found some of the bodies on the other side of town.
That's great.
It was fun to watch.
Nice.
Dragon attacks in towns are the best. That way I don't have to kill a guard to get the shield.
Yeah.
You guys find yourself wearing the city guard equipment very often? Because I really like the Markarth guard.
We collect the shields.
Yeah, you put them on your wall at home?
Yeah, collect all the city shields. So you get a Whiterun shield, Riften shield, the Solitude shield. You always have to get that proper one for doing the quest. But yeah, I like to collecting all the shields.
Is there an achievement for that or anything?
Makes you feel cool.
Makes you feel cool.
You get a sense of achievement.
Yeah.
Hey Andrew, was it you that was looking for the Stormcloak officer armor?
Well, I just like the bear hat or whatever he's got.
Yeah,
the Chicago Cubs hat he's wearing.
Oh yeah. I went to Farlhost Ruin, which is just southwest of Riften, and there's a guy that's pretending to be, and he pretends to be the opposite of whatever side of the war you take, and then when you come out, you actually find that he has a set of officer armor for both sides.
So you can kill him and take it, or what?
Well, you have to kill him because as you're coming out, he's talking somebody else to go in to take care of the cave farm, to take care of the ruins for him.
Nice. I'll have to. You said Farlhost Ruin. You said this near
Ruin, southwest of Riften.
Southwest.
Yeah, that's a nice little quest, actually.
It's a dragon priest mask.
Yeah, what dragon priest mask was it? But
Frank.
Yeah.
Wait, is that guy?
I thought it was Steve.
Is that guy kind of a? I don't know how to put this. Kind of like a bitchy little asshole, the one who wants you to go in.
Oh,
yeah, I don't think I've ever done that.
Of course he is. He's a Thalmor. He's a Thalmor.
I think I just. I think I usually kill him and walk on.
I'm not saying it's not true, but.
Well, shit, I'm gonna go get myself a bear hat.
So, speaking of Thalmor, have any of you guys found the dead Thalmor by... You know where you find the very first treasure map for Riften? By those bandits that's near... between Riverwood and... I forgot the name of it now. It begins with the F.
Falkreath?
Falkreath, yeah. And you got a little bandit camp, and you go into that bandit camp, and that's where you find the first treasure map. Well, right near there's a Talos shrine, and when you go up to the shrine, there's loads of dead worshippers.
Yeah.
Have you ever found the Thalmor agent there, the dead body? Because there's one Thalmor, he should be dead there.
Yeah, he's always there, isn't he?
Yeah, I never found him before. I only found him on this playthrough. If you go there, he has a note on him from Ellenwyn, chewing his ass off, saying, "If you keep on telling that there's Talos worshippers in that area and there isn't, stop bothering us." Blah blah blah. And she probably ripped him a new one. So unless you find proper proof that there's Talos worshippers there, don't ever contact us again. And obviously he found Talos worshippers and they killed him.
I was going to ask if you think that the Talos worshippers killed him, or he was secretly worshipping Talos on the sly.
No, I think he went after the Talus worshippers.
Oh, okay.
I just assumed he was killed by that necromancer who's a little farther on down the line there, and his skeletons. But
Oh, it was immersive creatures put 3 skeleton warriors there waiting for me when I went up.
yeah,
Yeah, I went up to because I think I had an illness that needed to be cured, so I was walking up to the shrine of Talos, didn't even see, and it's not that they were lying on the floor, they were sitting down on the benches, and I walked right past them, and then I turned around after getting the promise, and then there was these 3, was it a skeleton archer, a skeleton mage, and a skeleton warrior, I think, coming after me. And that was another thing you were saying about quirky stuff. I think one of my mods is doing something brilliant, is that I keep on finding mercenaries out on the road with other adventurers.
Huh?
So I'd be walking along, and I saw the guy. I was walking up from the road from Whiterun on the way out to Markarth, and I seen the mercenary that you find inside the Silverblood Inn, and he was out. You know, that corner that always spawns something. That's just on that corner. I can't remember where it is, but anyway, you're walking along, and there's always something spawning right near that corner as you're walking on the way. Just when you come across the first juniper bushes, and then this Forsworn started to attack, and then this guy came out of nowhere, and I didn't know who the hell he was, and I went up to him, and I can't remember his name. He's a cocky guy anyway, and he was killing somebody and somebody else, and I turned around and I just walked up to him, and it was just an adventurer, and it was just him and the mercenary from Markarth was out doing it. And then it happened again when I was on Solstheim, where the guy in the inn on Solstheim, he was out with another adventurer going out and sort of like killing other things. Quite like.
I haven't seen that, but by chance, do you have a add-on? Let me go check mine. I have an add-on that, because I got tired of having empty roads when I'm walking around, that adds a bunch of travelers, and you can find an entire adventuring party.
Is that the populated roads and lands mod, the Urkel stuff, or did you use something else?
Maybe. I'm pulling up. It's called Adventurers and Travelers.
Oh, cool.
No, I haven't got that one.
There's a whole series of mods out there by a mod author by the name of Urkel. Can't remember how he spells it. They aren't on the Nexus because he got booted off the Nexus, but they're really good actually. Populated roads and populated cities. There's a lot of, and they're just wandering NPCs. They don't really do anything.
But if you're light on the adventuring parties, if you're light on gold, they usually have depending on what level you are. I'm pretty sure I saw somebody in Daedric armor.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't killed any yet, but I'm sure you can get a good price out of whatever they carry.
Yeah. No, the populated stuff isn't, as far as I know, is not connected to the leveled lists. So they're just random NPCs.
Victor, is that the extras? That's also the one for the Civil War. I know there's a mod that you can put in where there'll be skirmishes all over Skyrim, where you'll have like 12 or 15 Stormcloaks and Imperials fighting each other just on an open battlefield. I mean, is that part of it as well?
No, that's a different guy's mod, and I forget what that one's called.
Immersive Patrols, I think.
Immersive Patrols, thank you, Colin.
That would be cool. That would be useful. I think that's one thing that this whole whole war is missing is actual battles.
Yeah, but it can be, the spawn rates get kind of extraordinary after a while, and it can really bog your system down if you're not careful. So.
Yeah.
So do you? Just a quick question for immersive patrols. Do you need to load that up prior to starting, or can you add that at any point?
No, that's random as far as I know. It doesn't require a new playthrough.
Okay, so if you didn't have it upon starting the Civil War.
No, the Civil War Overhaul mod, you absolutely must, without fail, start it with a new playthrough. You cannot load it halfway through, but something like Immersive Patrols, it's not an issue, I don't think. Because it's not really hooked into the quests. It's just random spawns.
There's also another one called War Zones as well, isn't there?
Yeah, Warzones was just redone. Warzones had a lot of problems, and it was causing lots of crashes. And the mod author just released a new one. I think it's called Warzones 2015 or something like that. It's supposed to be a lot more stable.
Isn't that the new Kurt Russell movie?
Yeah. Warzones of New York.
Hey Victor, when I was watching your first the first video you posted, it looked kind of like fuzzy. Is that intentional or?
No, that's why I said they sucked.
Hold your tongue, Juan.
Well, I was trying to. I have a pretty powerful laptop, but it's just not up to the task. It's got a good, higher end NVIDIA card in it, but I was using Fraps because Fraps is the only one of the recording softwares that doesn't have issues with ENB. And so I was trying to run an ENB and Fraps, but Fraps is very system intensive. Anyway, it was just low quality, crappy because I had to knock it down to 720p, and then between that and running it through Sony Vega and then uploading it to YouTube, which does another compression on it, it just turns out looking like shit. So
okay, I thought maybe just the characters looking all dazed and confused for a while, and then it would clear up or something. Because I was like, well, that's kind of neat.
Yeah.
But, okay.
Speaking of YouTube clips, I watched the first 4 of Colin's ESO
Yeah, me too.
playthroughs. I thought those were good. Have you done more than 4, Colin? Or
Yeah, I think I've got. I got 5. I got 5 up, which is where I left off. And 4, I ran off. Like, I paused the recording and ran off to the town to try and find the town, so I could show off how you smith, how you do provisioning, and how you do.
Cool.
Because all that you learn is you learn more through deconstruction than you do from making stuff. So you wouldn't even go up like 1 level if you made 30 iron war axes. It doesn't work like that. But if you
destroy some.
If you destroy like 3 pieces of armor, then you'll go up a whole level.
See, that's cool. That actually makes sense.
Yeah, sort of like pulling it apart, learning how it goes together, things like that.
Yeah.
That teaches you. And once I went there, I made myself a bow, and then ran back to where I was before, and then started adventuring around with the bow, which is really weird. But the one good thing is, good thing I say, is you don't have to smith up arrows. It seems you have like an infinite amount of arrows.
Oh, nice.
So you don't have to go out and buy them, you don't have to store up and make any more or anything like that. And then you get stuff like arrow hail and things like that, because you get like special moves and that you can put on your hotkeys. So I just press 1 button and it does like a special move, like you do in a Fusroda or something like that. But they're different ones, and some of them use magicka, some of them use stamina. But that one's up at the moment. But it's longer than the other ones, about 40 minutes.
Yeah,
Nice, I'll have to check that out too.
I heard the only complaint about archery and ESO is that all the arrows look the same.
Yeah, I think so.
But there's actually different levels of them?
There's different levels of bows you can make, because you can, when you're making stuff, you can only, when you first start out, you can only, a Breton can only make Breton stuff, and an Orc can only make Orc stuff, and the two look different. A level 1 Orc and a level 1 Breton will have the same armor rating, but it'll just look different. So then as you're looking through chests and crevices and things like that, then you'll find a motif book, and you'll find an Orcish motif book, you'll find a High Elf motif, so then you can make it in their styles as well. But it won't be any better than your stuff, it'll just look different.
That's cool. I've been
So
trying
it's all
to...
flavor.
Sorry?
So it's to add more flavor.
Yeah, so you can find better armor on like NPCs that you kill, and it's not like you can completely strip them down of their helmet, of their pauldrons and things like that. It's actual loot. You go in there and you'll find like one piece of armor if you're lucky, or you'll find like 2 or 3 gold, and then you'll find like one piece of armor if you're lucky, one weapon if you're lucky. You won't find a full set of stuff like you do in Skyrim. It's very MMO like that. So you just go around and...
So the naked warrior does not strike again.
No, the naked knight naked blade doesn't strike in Skyrim.
The naked blade. So Brian, what kind of mischievous things has Meathead gotten into?
It's been a pretty quiet playthrough. I mean, with the exception of what happened for the first recording that we did, where I had that update that kicked in the background and crashed my laptop.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's been a pretty quiet playthrough. It is pretty cool though, changing over to going to unarmed combat. That is a lot of fun because the kill cams are really cool. You get one; it's like a reverse suplex.
Wow.
The one I really like is he hits someone with like a left cross and then grabs him by the throat and choke slams him.
Oh, nice.
And those are vanilla Skyrim, but then the one I think that came from that Dance with Death mod that I put in there, he grabs, same kind of like a choke slam, but then curb stomps him at the end.
Whoa.
And there's another one where you'll kind of like, almost like an MMA move, you'll get like, kind of like get behind them and wrap around their head and then like snap their body almost in half and then leave their body laying there limp on the ground. That was a pretty good one too.
Man, that's awesome. I'm proud of you for doing the whole, unarmed battling. That's really cool. I never would have even thought to try to pull something like that off.
Oh, don't be proud of me. Be proud of the dipshit. He saw that he doesn't need the weapons anymore. He's got a full armory of weapons in his house, and he decides to go out and fight barehanded like an asshole. So. Yeah. But it's been working pretty good. I mean, when I fight the bigger stuff, or if I have to fight crowds, it's a little rough. But just a lot of movement. Just a lot of back and forth movement, and
do you have
you just got to time it right.
Do you have a follower with a range attack or anything to help you out? How are you rolling with
just a dog?
Just
got
dog.
vigilance. Yeah.
Nice.
Vigilance
doesn't.
I'm sorry. Say again.
I was just going to ask, your heavy armor must be going up a lot if you're getting hit quite a lot, because it must take you a few, punches to kill, so you must be getting hit quite a lot, so that way heavy armor must be going up quickly.
Yeah, no, it is going up. I mean, I started out, I think, once I switched over to unarmed combat, I think it was my heavy armor was right at 20 or 21, and it's up past 50 now.
Ooh. That's a nice increase, because the armor, like the heavy armor and the light armor, is what I always find is the hardest one to level up, because you just got to rely on getting beat up on.
Right. So it definitely jumped up quite a bit, which I wanted to get to. It was either 40 or 50 is when it was available for the perk on the left side of the tree, where it helps me with the unarmed combat.
Yeah. The gauntlets do their armor damage.
Steel or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's what it's called on the left side of the tree there. So once I got that, it seemed to definitely help. But yeah, about five or six punches for a giant, and then regular guards and stuff. They're all one punch for any bandit, just a single punch.
That's amazing.
It's pretty awesome, especially when you time it right. You get somebody who's got like a two-handed weapon, and as soon as they swing back, I'll lunge forward, just hit them with a left cross, and it's lights out. It's pretty awesome.
You're like more deadly than Clubber Lang. That's awesome.
What stone do you have, Brian?
I think I'm still rocking the warrior stone. I don't think I ever changed it.
If you're in heavy armor, you might want to. I was thinking maybe the steed stone until you get onto like level 70 heavy armor. That way you can get that, like you can move freely and your heavy armor doesn't wear anything.
There you
go. Get the steed stone, you could move a little quicker.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
I was watching.
To carry more too, right?
Yeah, but the thing with the carry more, I also have a mod for that. It's pouches. So I mean, I can carry like I want to say 500 pounds right now as it is.
Wow.
So I think that was the only thing I was always using a steed stone for, was for carrying more stuff.
Yeah, I like that mod. Is that the bandolier mod you're using?
Yeah, bandolier mod. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, it is an awesome mod. And yeah, and you got the different pouches. You make in different colors. You match the armor you have on. It's a great mod.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
But other than that, no, it's been a pretty quiet playthrough. But going unarmed combat, I mean, that's why I'm going to play the rest of Civil War. I'm not going to. The only time I'll touch a weapon is if I need souls, because I do at least carry one weapon on me. I got a Warhammer that has the fiery soul trap on there. So I have to fill some soul gems. I carry it for that reason only. But other than that, it's full blown.
That makes me wish that. Yeah. You get a follower and give it to your partner. That's a good call. I was thinking that makes me wish that you could put Soul Trap on, like a ring or gloves or a piece of apparel, not just weapons.
You know, I think there's a mod for that too, because once Sherry mentioned playing unarmed, I started looking really deep into all the different mods they had for unarmed combat, and some of them were just crazy. Like one of them was called like something ninja, where you're doing like backflips and kicks. It's like, dude, this guy is like 6'4" and 270 pounds. You're not going to see that guy doing roundhouse kicks, you know. So it looked kind of silly. But they did have a mod to where it would. It was scripted to where your hands looked like they were fists, but they actually had like an invisible weapon in the hand, and then you can go ahead and put enchantments into that weapon, and then your hands basically would act like the weapon.
Oh, nice.
But I saw some video of it, and it still looked like you were trying to hit somebody with something as opposed to a straight-up punch.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, so.
if you want to, as for a weapon, why don't you just throw some points in conjuration? That way you don't have to carry a weapon. You just conjure a dagger, so you're going from beating someone with your fist to a knife fight.
Yeah.
Whatever.
What's your school of magic? Is illusion or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's illusion, so I'm more or less messing around with that.
Yeah.
I think you can cast Soul Trap though on a character. So once
Yeah,
it
you
dies-
can.
Oh,
if
yeah,
you can, if
yeah.
you can hit them.
Yeah, if you can hit them, if they
Yeah,
they have a
it
tendency to move out of the way. And Andrew, you probably know this. When you fire an arrow at somebody, have you ever fired an arrow at a bandit and they move left or right at like blinding speed?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, well then trying to hit them with Soul Trap is, you know, like trying to hit an aspirin with a bullet at, you know, 100 miles an hour. It's not going to happen.
I've got not only the first level, but the second level of the slow down if you zoom in or whatever, and it's still... People still, like, jump out of the way amazingly quickly.
I have never had that happen to me.
I just find archery... I'm getting a lot better at it now, but I'd never really played an archer before, and I just find it incredibly frustrating.
Really? That's funny.
But not so much anymore, but it was at the get-go. It was like I couldn't hit anything. It was horrible.
If you're using, just an aside about, you know, soul trapping and stuff, Apocalypse, which is a spell package, has a spell called Cloak of Souls. Which is a conjuration spell that you cast, and then for like 120 seconds, everything you kill is absorbed into whatever. So it doesn't matter how you kill it.
Nice.
So.
Man,
That's pure evil, Victor.
What's that?
That's pure evil, Victor.
I love that.
Pure genius.
I love Apocalypse. In fact, as a conjurer, one of my specialties, I used another spell from Apocalypse called Conjure Avenging Wraith, which is just great. You conjure a wraith, but every time it gets killed, it comes back 150% more powerful than the thing that killed it. So if you throw it out there in front of like a Death Lord or something like that, and let the Death Lord kill it, and then reconjure the wraith, then it's more powerful than the Death Lord.
Like an ancient dragon or something.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool.
Wow.
I love that mod. I have I think Apocalypse was one of the first add-ons I picked up because I didn't think the magic, the base magic perks were all that impressive.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, I like Apocalypse. It's very good. And it runs well with perma. It's very very stable with perma.
Perma? That's
Percus Maximus.
Oh, Percus Maximus.
Yeah.
Awesome. So, Tom, what kind of side questing have you gotten into? Have you done anything sort of off on the sides, not in our side quest that's fun?
Oh, not a whole lot. I've been doing some just random hunting, elk, rabbit, stuff like that, just because I think that's fun. But really, other than that, I've been trying to not shoot vigilance with a bow when we're in a fight, and that's not been going
tough.
great. That freaking dog, I swear to God, he's trying to get shot. But
Yes, he is.
yeah, so other than that, really not much. Just been kind of wandering around trying to grab some ingredients. So I want to get into alchemy because I've never done it. Well, I mean, I've done it, but not like extensively. So I've been trying to focus on that, but it's not going real great. It's really boring to me. So
Yeah, the alchemy, I try to pick up as much stuff as I can, but really I find in order to be most efficient about it, I just go into a town and visit the alchemist in town and just buy all of their ingredients. Like if you have the cash, to be able to do that, that's really the way to max out your alchemy fastest.
That's totally true.
Yeah, picking up stuff is great, and there are certain things that alchemists rarely carry that you kind of have to find out in the field. But really just buying them out is my preferred method, at least.
yeah,
Be careful if you carry too many uneaten things at once and you try eating them all one after another, because sometimes you'll kill yourself.
Yeah, I died once doing that. It's funny.
I died a couple times doing that.
Yeah.
It's really funny.
I'd be a liar if I say I didn't do that. I'm pretty sure it was this morning or yesterday night. Yeah. I was like, well, I'll down all this crap. So I've got like 10 of like 14 things. Like, I'll just eat one of them, just to see what it does. And then kind of left my guy in a pile there. I was like, oh, well, that's what that does. Okay.
Which one of them did it, though?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now you don't know which one did what.
Yeah, one of the 14 effects that was on me,
Gotta try it again.
It's
I
a
did
combination
it. One at a time.
of all of them, I'm sure.
I found out ingredients could kill you so like I said, I have add-ons for leveling these things. Basically, what the add-on does is it gives me a little pouch next to what's the first town? Whiterun. When you go into the big Jarl's house and the alchemy table there's now a pouch with one of the add-ons I have that contains every ingredient.
Oh, nice.
Oh, cool.
Because when I get frustrated, I just go and craft. And so I'm like, well, I want to know what all this shit does. So I went in and I tried everything. It had every ingredient in the game. I tried everything in one run. Spent 20 minutes going, click, eat this, eat this, eat this. I'm like, okay, now I'll start crafting, and dead.
Brought you to your knees.
Yeah.
There's a book you can get download, and it ends up in the Alchemist's Shack out near Iverstead, and it's an actual book that you can read, and it's got all the alchemic ingredients and what they all do.
All four of their active
all
effects?
four. Yeah.
Wow.
Nifty.
That's a long book.
It's very. I mean, it's got to be expected that all the alchemists that you see that you find dead everywhere. Every time you walk into a forest, you'll find a dead alchemist somewhere after something like a Spriggan's eaten it or something. But all these alchemists, one of them, like even that Sindarian, must have from Oblivion, or when we find him down in Blackreach.
Yeah.
You should be able to walk in there, and then find a book where every single alchemic ingredient is in there and what it does, things like that. It's it's perfectly understandable.
That's one of the things I find frustrating and almost slightly broken about the game. I don't like the way it handles cataloging alchemy. As you learn them, it doesn't catalog recipes. I find that really annoying. But that's a good book. I've had that. But it only includes vanilla ingredients. Of course, it doesn't include any of the add-ons or extra ingredients that you get from. I'm not even sure does it include all the DLC ingredients?
I have no idea. I've never downloaded it.
Yeah.
That's why you download the app for your smartphone, because they're all in
That's
there.
right. I have it. I've used it, definitely. There's also just I know we're running along with this stuff, but if anybody's interested in a really great alchemy app called Alchemy Redone, it's excellent. Adds a lot of really cool stuff to the game.
What did you say? That's an app or a mod?
No, it's a mod. Did I say
mod,
app?
okay.
Sorry, I meant mod.
Yeah, you did say app. I was grabbing my phone to start looking for it.
I think he said both. He said app first, then he said mod.
I've been tempted to just go in and look up and see what the most expensive, potions are for selling purposes and for leveling up alchemy, but I just keep not wanting to do that for some reason, try to find out stuff more organically. Like Victor was saying, he doesn't like to grind.
Yeah.
I generally do like to grind, but for some reason with this character, Alchemy was one of my assigned schools, so I decided that maybe I should just actually try to play through Alchemy how it was intended with the game instead of spoiling everything and just kind of try to figure out stuff on my own. But I have taken hints from a lot of people around the Roundtable, and I do like the what was it? It was Hanging Moss and something else. Victor, you were
Hanging
saying?
Moss and Blue Mountain Flower makes a really nice, quick, not very useful, but
Good
easily
for selling.
sold.
Yeah. Good for selling, which increases your speech and your alchemy. So those are good. And the Blue Mountain Flower, the Blue Butterfly Wing, and Giant's Toe is some sort of health regeneration, I believe, that's always in the thousands.
Yeah.
Which is really good.
The really expensive potions are great for, boosting your alchemy, but they're not so great for selling because nobody has that kind of money.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that's,
I got sick of that. I found an add-on that as you level, the merchants, basically their wallets level.
That's cool. That'd be useful.
But what I was going to say is, I found through an add-on, I just wanted to make a decent potion that could be useful or sold for a lot, and I ended up making a paralysis potion. So many of them, I think it's like an 18-second paralyze.
Nice.
Wow. Nice.
I just yesterday I unlocked the alteration master spell of mass paralysis.
Ooh.
And I've been playing around with that a little bit. It's really fun. You can knock down like half a town in one go. And I'm surprised that it doesn't turn people aggressive towards you when they wake back up. Like I would think that the whole town would be coming to arrest me as soon as everyone wakes up. But I made sure to save before I did it just to test out to see what would happen, and everyone in like a half block radius all like stopped exactly where they were and then passed out. And then, and I was just kind of walking around the rest of the town when I came.
Or did they do the robot there, Andrew?
Yeah, they did the robot and then fell over like the Tin Man and Wizard of Oz, basically.
All.
Oh.
Well, Andrew, now that you're an archer, just make sure you ever find yourself a weapon that has paralysis on there. Go ahead and disenchant that and throw that on a bow. That is great.
Yeah, I still haven't found a spell tone or a weapon with paralyze on it yet, but I do have it was kind of a weird combination because I found paralyze, a while back in the School of Alteration. So I would like shoot people with the paralyze spell from afar, and then just walk up to them, bam, 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 3 arrows right into the head from like point blank range, and I was like, this is a little weird. I don't know. I feel a little dirty about.
So you're playing the mob enforcer version of the Dovahkiin.
It's pretty much just hit you with a poison dart from across the room, and then point blank range, 3 shots in the back of the head.
Do you go all gangster? Do you go into sneak mode and then twist it around?
Yeah, I do. I hold my bow sideways.
Go eat that fool.
Yeah, one of the favorite bows that I made back when I was playing on the 360 with my Dovahkiin character was a dragon bone bow, and it had the paralyze and also had the fiery soul trap on there.
Nice.
So you hit them, they drop, they paralyze, and then it burns their ass and then takes their soul. It's pretty
nice.
pretty cruel.
The ultimate indignity.
Oh.
I don't know if this is a base enchant or a add-on. I have like 30 add-ons, so I don't know. Have you guys ever heard of Rhyme Frost? So it must be an add-on thing. It's a great little enchantment. It paralyzes for 3-4 seconds, but does like 800 frost damage.
Wow.
Ooh.
That's pretty extreme.
That'll slow you down.
Yeah.
Combine that with Fiery Soul Trap.
Speaking of Fiery Soul Trap, I walked past Ironbind Barrow not too long ago, but I still haven't gone in there to get the weapon. I don't know why. I had more pressing things to do. I need to go back there and get the Soul Trap, and then I need to get my ass up to Solstheim so I can get the Chaos Enchantment from what's that place called? Frost.
That's
Frost
Fort
something?
Frostmoth.
Frostmoth, yes.
Yeah.
Go up and find the Champion's Cudgel. Yeah, if you go up to Solstheim and find Captain what's his name? Captain Bob. Yeah, I think I watched Colin's playthrough for that the other day too. I had the flu last week, so I did lots of YouTube watching last week. I love that champion's cudgel. It's a cool looking weapon. Cudgel, however it's pronounced. All right, anybody have anything else they'd like to get into before we jump into our assigned quest for the week?
No, I'm good.
All right. Well, let's get into it. This is episode 2, so we'll be going through quests number 6, 7, 8, and 9, and 10. Quest number 6 is Message to Whiterun. Quest 7 is Battle for Whiterun. Quest number 8 is The Lost Expedition. Number 9 is Laid to Rest. And number 10 is Rising at Dawn. So we'll see if we actually get to go over Rising at Dawn. Spoiler alert, did anyone actually get to do that quest?
I thought we were supposed to, so I went out of my way to make sure I contracted vampirism.
Well, that's darn good dedication. That's awesome. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah,
I tried to. I let a vampire sit there. The poison, or not poison, whatever it's called, is called Sanguine Vampiris. Is that correct?
Yeah, something like that.
Whatever it is, and it's the red spell that it kind of looks like absorb health. Is that correct?
Oh yeah,
it is
that's
absorb health.
It is absorb health that they do it with.
Yeah, I think you contract it whenever you're fighting them. You can contract it, I think.
So I sat there and kept casting heal and tried to let them keep doing that. You know, cast their Sanguine Vampiris or whatever.
Sanguinaris, I think, or something
Sanguinaris, whatever. I could not contract it. Do wood elves have a poison resistance or something?
I think they have poison and disease.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Okay, so I tried to contract it and couldn't. So I ended up just killing them and moving on. But it's good to know that other people will be able to fill us in on that quest. Great.
After the 4th time, I saved right before fighting the vampire. After the 4th time, I finally contracted it. I tried what you tried. I tried doing the healing standing trick, but they kept kill camming me.
Yeah, once they pull out a weapon, sometimes those vampires are mean.
Blood-sucking bastards, that's what they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kept walking around at night trying to run into vampires, and ran into a master vampires and everything, and was not able to contract the vampirism. I don't know why. Got attacked by Thalmor. Got attacked by the cultists from Marak, his followers. You name it, I got attacked by them. Apparently, Ardwin is pissing off a lot of people.
I haven't even seen a vampire yet in my so.
Yeah,
He contracted it pretty quickly because he's kind of filthy, so it didn't take him long to get sick.
A lot of open sores.
Doesn't it take 4 game days before you're actually a full vampire?
I think it's like 3
I think that's
or
how much
4
time
for
passed
sure,
before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, I think during the first 2 days you can actually cure it.
Yeah.
Well, once it started to affect the character, and every time I'd step outside in the sunlight and everything would turn red, and it would kind of create like a real loud, like a humming noise, that's when I decided it was time to go and get it fixed. Get the penicillin shot.
Yeah.
Did it burn when you peed?
That's private.
The gift that keeps on giving.
It absorbed health when he peed.
It hurts, but it feels good at the same time.
Well, gentlemen, we'll go ahead and launch into our quests for the week. We'll start with number 6, Message to Whiterun. Tom, do you recall what happened in Message to Whiterun? What we were supposed to do? Can you give us a brief rundown of how the events fell in line here?
Well, yeah, I'm an Imperial, so I went and talked to General Tullius. I think, yeah, it's his name, Tullius. Basically, I had to go to the Jarl of Whiterun and tell him something about Ulfric. But then he tells me he has more pressing matters about the dragons, so I had to go take care of them real quick. And then I came back, and he gives me an axe, and basically you take the axe to Ulfric, and then Ulfric gives it right back, which means it's time to throw down. So then we take it back to Whiterun and talk to the Jarl again, and then I believe that's it in the quickest way, I think.
Yep.
So it's pretty straightforward, I believe.
And Carl, you are Stormcloak, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Can you give us a brief Stormcloak rundown?
Well, is everyone else here Imperial?
I'm Imperial.
I'm a Stormcloak.
Okay, so at least I'm not completely alone. Basically, what happens is you go to, I believe it's Ulfric. You talk to him for a bit, and he basically kind of, I wouldn't say an argument with his second in command, but has a debate about whether or not to take Whiterun or not. He ends up sending you with, it was an axe to give to the Jarl. You go over there, you talk to Balgraf, who, I have to say, of all the Jarls, I probably like him the best, so I kind of felt bad. I knew he wasn't going to accept our generous offer. So he gave back the axe, and once reporting to Ulfric, he tells you to report to a camp outside of Whiterun where you'll meet, is it Stonefist? Stone Asshole, whatever his name is.
Stone ass.
And
That's Galmar. When you,
yes.
Yeah.
And you invade Whiterun.
Very nice. And that brings us directly into our next quest, number 7. Did anyone have any interesting things happen? It seems pretty straightforward little quest there. Just sort of take the axe to the opposing person, say, hey, you're about to get tread on, and bring the axe back. If he accepts or declines the axe, then the game is on.
Apart from having to go to Bleak Falls Barrow, kill everything in Bleak Falls Barrow, run around terrified of everything coming after you, come out.
I must say that tie-in kind of annoys me, because sometimes I like to play without dragons, and I'd like to be able to do the Civil War without dragons.
Yeah,
but,
when I started this whole project for Season 3, I was assuming that you could get away with doing this without opening up dragons, but as Kathy let us know last week, and Brian also confirmed that you cannot do...
I don't know if... I thought briefly about starting this with the Civil War Overhaul mod, and I think with that one you can, but I'm not sure, and I didn't want to play that much differently than everybody else, so I canned that idea. So I really don't know if there's a mod that allows you to do that.
Yeah, but I've only run into one dragon, the first one you had to fight. Other than that, since I have not met up with, what the hell's her name? Delphine. I have not spawned any more dragons since. Not a single one.
I think that's just luck, because all I did was the tower. I did up to the tower so he would let me continue, and I've come across 4 or 5 elder dragons.
Wow.
I haven't come across any.
Is returning the dragon stone actually the thing that spawns the dragons then, not the Western Watchtower dragon battle?
Well, it doesn't. Returning the Dragonstone does spawn the Western Watchtower dragon battle.
Right.
But, so, I'm just trying to figure it out.
You have to return the Dragonstone first, and then you
Yeah,
have
and
the
then
Western
and then that
Watchtower.
spawns that dragon at the Western Watchtower. But
Yeah.
Brian, it's just luck of the draw. You haven't seen another dragon since then.
It's been luck of the draw for every playthrough. If I decide that I want the powers to start off as a dragonborn but don't really want to play with dragons, I've never gone to meet Delphine. That was back on the Xbox, and so far with 2 different characters on the PC.
Oh, when you say go to meet her, do you mean, is it in Riverwood that she has her?
No. Meet her at what the hell's the name of that small town?
Where
there's
is that?
There's a tomb.
Kygoth or whatever, where
Kynes Grove.
Kynes Grove. That's right
You're
next to
supposed to meet her at
Windmill,
Kynes Grove, then you go up
Kynes
to
Grove.
a tomb, and then a dragon is
Yeah,
resurrected.
okay.
You have to kill that. If I don't do that, I've never had a dragon spawn ever again.
Oh.
Really? Okay, because I haven't been to Kynes Grove yet, and I've faced a couple ancient dragons, I believe.
Now you'll still run into them at the word walls, but just out in the open. At least
Yeah,
I haven't.
I've seen them out in the open. Yeah, so it's just luck of the draw for you, I guess.
Yeah, I've had revered dragons attacking. So I just went ahead and I'm just going through and doing the main quest as well as Solstein.
So who knows the ranking and levels of these dragons? What order do they go in?
I think it's,
revered is
harder.
25.
God damn it! It's
I think it's it's dragon, blood dragon, frost dragon,
Frost dragon.
elder dragon, ancient dragon, revered dragon, legendary dragon. I think.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
And they're
Yeah,
based
I'm
on your
running-
levels, right? So if
Yeah.
you're
Is it
you don't
every
get a
20
revered
levels
dragon
or
if you're like a level 10 or something like that.
Okay, here we go. It's
Like poor little me.
That'd be mad shitty.
You got dragon, blood dragon, skeletal dragon, frost dragon, elder dragon, ancient dragon, serpentine dragon, revered dragon, legendary dragon.
Okay, and the skeletal one is the one in Labyrinthian. Is there
Yeah,
another
it's the only
skeletal
one, yeah.
dragon anywhere else in the game?
There's one in some ruins.
It's
And
labyrinthian, yeah.
is that the one? Okay.
And there's one down in Blackreach, but that's not a skeletal dragon. That's just
Right.
that's a named dragon, correct?
Yeah.
it's named
Okay.
dragon.
And the named dragons, do those have specific levels related to them as well?
No, not all of them. Some of them are just ones that were revived by Alduin.
Yeah. But it's not like all named dragons are either ancient or above or anything like that. They can be fairly low leveled as well, right?
Right.
I know the tower dragon, the first dragon you come across levels with you because, like I said, when I get frustrated, I go and craft. I was up to level 40 when I did that. That thing one-shot me in Dwemer armor, full. Is it Dwemer or Dwarven armor?
Nice.
Either one.
What
Yeah.
difficulty level do you play at?
I just turned it up to the one under legendary because I meant to get on a different character when I was doing the crafting, and I wasn't paying enough attention, so I figured I'd kick it up to keep it fair.
Is that Master, I believe?
Masters,
Maybe.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah, I've been
I
playing
also run with
on Expert.
was it Deadly Dragons?
Yeah, me
So
too.
I have them randomly spawning anyway, and they'll be Deadly Dragons because they have a thing called Assault where they'll come out of nowhere and then you'll get 2 or 3 attacks at the same time.
Oh goodness.
Oh God!
Yeah.
Are they always the same level, or would there be like a blood dragon attacking with
You-
an ancient and?
Yeah, no,
same
you
time.
can. There is a button that you can press that has it leveled to your level, or you can have it on level, so at level 10 and ancient and like 6 ancient dragons can attack you all at the same time.
Oh good lord.
Oh God!
I forgot to turn it off, and
So-
yeah, I came out of
That's
some
just
ruins
a
and so
fucking moment.
Playing unleveled is and not just with dragons it can be pretty harrowing. There's a couple of mods like Requiem that do that, and my God, you just there's quests you just simply can't do.
Yeah.
And then,
So,
at this point on Master, I'll have to say, so You know that little hut outside of is it Lakeview Manor? You go in and behind the bookcase or whatever is that cave.
Yeah, Pine something cottage or something like that.
Yeah.
Pine
Yeah.
Watch.
Pine Watch.
At my
yeah.
level, the bandits have I don't know if they level, but I'm getting my ass handed to me every time I go in there.
Yeah.
I am now wiser, but the first couple times I went into Pine Watch, I was like, "Oh, nice little cabin," and then turns out to be one of the more expansive dungeons
It
in
is.
the game.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
Ca-
difficult.
Kathy commented last episode how she always has to make 2 or 3 trips through it because it's so long and there's so much good stuff down in there that she just collects stuff and has to keep going back for more.
It is part of a quest as well. It's in the Thieves quest as well, so it's got some pretty decent fighters in there. Whenever you walk in, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's part of the Thieves Guild quest line?
Yeah. It's one of the after you do 5 jobs in
Oh, that.
in solitaire. I think it's solitaire. I can't remember which, but
Markarth.
Markarth. Okay, and then the guy that assigns you your quest, he says, "Oh, go talk to this person right here," and he'll give you, and he has a special assignment for you. And then you go in, and it's some kind of mold for like a candlestick or something. I don't know.
Oh man, the silver candle mold. I've had that before and wondered what the F is this thing for.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. He hangs out at the Silver Blood Inn. It's Elwyn or something like that, or whatever his name is. He's got the daughter. Yeah.
When in doubt, go sell all your weird shit to Delvin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, that is a good summary of Message to Whiterun and a little bit of an exposition on dragons. So then we'll launch into Battle for Whiterun. Carl, would you like to tell us a little bit about... wait, I just had you for Stormcloaks, didn't I? Sorry. We'll go to Juan. Juan, how about a little Battle for Whiterun?
Oh, Battle for Whiterun. Okay. So in Battle for Whiterun, you run towards the gates and you listen to.
Sorry, are you Stormcloak or Imperial? I always
Imperial.
forget.
I'm an
You're
Imperial. Yeah. Sorry. And what's her name? The Jarl's housecarl sits there and makes this big speech, and then you run out, and basically you just gotta kill Stormcloaks. Just shoot in the barrel. Once you finish with that, you return to Dragon's Reach, and then he'll tell you, "Okay, good job, thank you." Go back to Tullius, and that's it. Let's see.
I have written down that you get a special prize after completing the Battle for Whiterun. Do you have any recollection of what you're allowed to do after this?
Purchase a home?
Yeah, that's what I have written down here.
Yeah.
So, if you're not playing the Civil War quest, how do you open up Breeze Home then? This is after you complete this Battle for Whiterun, you're then allowed to purchase property.
Well, no, that's not. He allows you to purchase property once you've.
Is it after the dragon attack?
The dragon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
After you return the Dragon Stone and the Dragon Attack.
Yeah.
Okay. I wonder why.
Yeah, because he
wrote
made
down...
me, as a Stormcloak, I was made Thane of Whiterun, and then I invaded Whiterun. It was not very, and he lectures you at the very end there. I thought better of you, he says.
So why don't you go ahead and handle the Stormcloak side of it, Victor? These Civil War battles aren't too deep with storyline, but
Yeah.
do you want to give us a little description from the Stormcloak side?
Yeah, it's pretty much. I mean, it's similar. Of course, you go back to Ulfric with the axe, and he instructs you to. He makes a speech, and then you talk to Galmar, and they arrange to meet at the secret, secret Stormcloak camp outside Whiterun there, which is directly behind the Pelagius farm. How it's secret, I don't know, But Andrew froze.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there
Sorry.
he goes. Yeah. And so you go and meet Galmar at the Stormcloak camp, and he makes a long, impassioned speech. At the end of which he says, "We're going to go just wipe the floor with the Imperials," and you run up to the gates. Now, bearing in mind that since I was sort of starting over, I think I was level 6 going into the battle for Whiterun, so I basically got. And I'm playing with lots of combat mods, and I had it set at master, but I dialed it back down to expert after being killed about 20 times. So from the Stormcloak side, you are required to make your way up the road through the barricaded gates and drop the drawbridge. And once the drawbridge is down, the quest progresses one step, and basically all the battle at the outside ends, and you go in through the gates, and the battle begins inside Whiterun, and you make your way up the hill, and eventually into Dragon's Reach. And Balgruf makes a valiant stand, but ultimately is defeated. Surprise, surprise. And he surrenders. And then he has a set to with Vignar over politics. And eventually Galmar says, "Shut up," and everything ends, and that's the end of that part of the quest. So, but
Do you
that's the
do you
Stormcloak side.
recall what Ulfric calls you at the end? I wrote this
Yes,
down 'cause
Ice
I thought it was funny.
Veins.
He calls you Ice Veins.
You are now known as Ice Veins. I thought, yeah, thanks, but
Yeah,
I'll
cool under pressure, but
I'll stick with Faldir. Thank you very much.
yeah, that's great.
Victor sorry, I'm completely. Carl, do you have your followers with you when you were attacking
No.
Whiterun?
No, I used my raid.
No, I didn't.
Because when I had my followers inside Whiterun, when I got out of the gates to go out and attack them, my followers wouldn't follow me. My Rickling or Talbot
Really?
wouldn't follow me out of the gate.
Yeah,
Interesting.
and I noticed that in your video because I had my followers out there with me.
Yeah?
I believe I had
Huh.
I think I had Torvar at that point. And he went out there, and well, I had a lot of people out there helping me because I also had the dual conjuration perk already. So I had 2 Dremora Lords, Rickling
jeez.
Warrior, Torvar. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd think that the Stormcloaks would go, I've got something, I need to go and, do my alchemy and sort of like practice my smithing, I'll be back tomorrow.
I ran into a weird little, I wouldn't call it a glitch. So when I zoned in, I immediately I started killing the guards, and I guess it was a little laggy loading in. One of those, what the hell are they? They're standing at the gate. They want to find the red guard woman.
Alakia.
The Alakir
Yeah.
soldiers.
And I wasn't paying attention. I went and cut his head off. I had the Whiterun guards and the Stormcloaks all turn on me. I killed them, and then everybody stopped fighting and just started folding in on me.
That's funny.
Well, you are a Khajiit after all, so you're just a dirty thief, so you needed to know.
That's true.
Pretty much all of Skyrim hates him.
Thankfully, I was able to reload the save because the quick save when you enter a town, but it wasn't going well after I killed all the Stormcloaks, trying to get them to stop attacking me.
I am sad to report that in mine that on the outside of Whiterun during the battle, Nazim got caught in the crossfire and was killed.
Was he caught in the crossfire, or did you purposely go and bring the crossfire?
Well, we won't be saying.
Yeah, did you pull a Brian and cast Frenzy on him?
Okay,
let's just say that I found his dead body on the street. That's
why does everybody hate Nazim?
just because of his dialogue mostly.
I have maybe I've not interacted with him enough. I just thought he was I've always just thought of him as a merchant who's proud of how far he's managed to push his. I'm not gonna say empire, but
Well, let me ask you this question: have you ever been to the Cloud District?
No. Where's the Cloud District?
Of course you
Of
have.
course you have.
course you
Look
have.
at you.
That's what he asks you every time you run into him.
His own old lady can't even stand him because every time she
right,
passes
yeah.
by, she pisses and moans that he's got his head up the Jarl's ass. So nobody likes him.
Yep. I'm surprised the Dark Brotherhood doesn't get a contract on him.
Yeah.
Was it? There's a Nazim's Downfall mod, and
Yes.
it basically makes him destitute, and he lives underneath the bridge of the sewers in Whiterun.
Aw.
I would love to see. That's funny.
Perfect.
He's wearing those ratty robes, not the ones that you're wearing, but the really ratty.
The ragged.
Yeah, the ragged robes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anyone know if the Pelagia farm is then obtainable with like safe storage and stuff after this battle? Because according to my notes, I've never actually noticed this on my own, but the proprietor of the Pelagia farm bites it in this quest.
Huh.
So
I'll have to go check that out.
Severio, I believe his name is Severio Pelagia, maybe. But according to my notes, he gets killed, and then the farm becomes available.
Really?
So someone check that out. I don't know
Yeah.
if I'll ever remember to or not. Any listeners out there, if you want to check it out, report back to us. That's appreciated. Let's see what else from there. We got ice veins.
Yeah.
We got all that cool stuff. I do not recall actually if my followers went out. I'm an Imperial, so I was defending the onslaught. I do not believe that they joined me outside of the gates either. And I don't know about anyone else, but since I'm a range attack player with my archery, from a distance I find it very hard to tell who's Stormcloak and who's Imperial, so I just shot at pretty much everyone.
Yeah, try doing it at night. I fought the battle at night. It's kind of stupid. But.
I mean, from a distance, I just couldn't tell. So I was just shooting and shooting and shooting, just kept going.
I think I got everybody down to about like 90% or something like that, and then Hadvar wasn't watching my flank, and some Stormcloak came up right behind me and he clobbered me.
Oh,
Basically, instantly killed me. I had to restart the whole thing again.
oh no.
Yeah,
Vigilance worked out pretty good. He would distract the soldiers as they were coming, because I'm Imperial as well, so I was defending, and as they were running up, he would jump at them, and they would turn and look at him, and I'd come up from the side and cold cock him and knock him out. So he worked out real good.
Yeah, I was going to ask how this sort of thing would go with a straight up fist fighter. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah,
It was like bowling.
I had Shadowmere out there too. I forgot about that.
Oh, he came up from the stables and helped you out.
Yeah. I had everybody out there.
What a good boy. Good horsey.
I was actually starting to get really confused about Shadowmere, whether he's male or female, because historically they've always said he's a she. It's a mare, but what's her name? Calls her a him.
I think it's a she in Oblivion and a he in Skyrim. I think I read that in the UESP.
Okay. Huh.
Even though it's supposed to be the same horse, it's
right.
I don't know if they just screwed up when they were recording or what happened with that, but
It's possible. Yeah. Okay.
No one's looked. No one's looked down the skirt, so no one's.
yeah. Well, I mean, in that close-up, that kill cam animation, when you get that big swinging horse cock go through this.
Do you use that spectral assassin? Juan, do you use the spectral assassin?
I used him once. He died really fast.
Because he lasts until he's defeated. So
Until
you can
he's
summon
defeated.
him.
Yeah. I actually used him when I was going after Cicero, and he counts as one of my conjured creatures.
Ah, right.
So he's a lot weaker than the Dremora Lords.
Dramoras, yeah.
Yeah.
But he's from Oblivion, isn't he?
Yes. He's supposed to be Lechance.
Yeah, he's the guy who gives you the Blade of Woe or
Duke
something. when you first meet.
Lachance.
Yeah.
So, at what point during the... I assume it's from the Dark Brotherhood quest line. At what point do you get the Spectral Assassin? You have to finish it to completion?
No, it's one of the quests, after one of the quests that...
Yeah, as long as
what?
if you perform... You have to perform the assassination to the letter, and then you receive all these
Special gifts,
perks. Yeah, because did you perform the oh, hello. Did you perform the assassination of the is it the the Duchess or Queen or whatever? For that one you get a meeting with the person that sees the future in Whiterun. And
Olva's token or whatever her name is.
And with her you get the ancient assassin armor. And I believe I got the chance before I did that. So it might have been after. Maybe it might have been for killing, taking care of the lady from Markarth in the apothecary. For doing hers, I think is when you get the spectral assassin.
Is that
not
Miri?
100%.
Miri's ring?
That sounds correct.
I believe I have her ring.
But yeah, it's either that one or no, it might be for killing the chef.
The gourmet.
The gourmet, yeah. After the first assassin, I don't know. It's been
I know that I have the power, but I think I've only actually cast it once. Is that
Hey, Michael.
Is that one of those
the
that's
boss is
only
here.
once a
Everybody
day?
behave.
Hello.
We're
Do
joined
I have to
by
go and put my
Michael
pants on?
Christ. What's up?
What's going on, Michael? How are you this evening?
I am fantastic.
This is the guy that really likes the Forsworn, right?
Yes.
Forsworn. So I killed like 100 Forsworn the other day over by that area by Volksgegger Mine or whatever. And I got like 3 things out of killing all those people. Because
they carry lots of good stuff.
Oh yeah. Like Forsworn headgear and that stuff. That's about it. I got like 3 gems out of the whole thing.
Yeah, a lot of my characters, a lot of the people that I come across and everything, now they have like these really nice gems and everything. I don't even pick up weapons or anything anymore. Just golden gems.
Yeah, that's kind of the point I'm at now too with this one.
Because I think I'm at about 111,000 gold.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. I have like 26,000. But really, once you get over like 20 grand, it's like.
Yeah, you just keep collecting money.
Yeah.
It's like
I have enough to get whatever I want, so it's like whatever you kind of collect at that point.
Yep.
There we go.
Unless it's something really cool like muffled boots.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever.
Fuck you and your muffled boots.
I don't think I've ever actually.
Who is it that can't find the muffled boots?
Shut up.
No, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you. If you're at a level that you can't find it, this is a little bit cheeky. There is an add-on that will give you a chest with pretty much the only thing that's really not in it, I think, is Chaos and a few others. But it has boots with Muffle in it. I think it's like Enchanting Supplies 2.0 or something like that.
Yeah, if I played on PC, that might help.
Well, I tried to help.
No, it's just been this ongoing thing with me that
Just join us, Carl, and laugh at him.
it's horrible.
Laughing point.
I was
Master race.
I was at the Dwarven Ruin where I found them last time, and I was like, oh yes, I hope this is a permanent thing where they'll always be there, and I couldn't even find the damn chest that I found them in originally, so I know it's just something where Skyrim is fucking with me on a permanent basis.
Pretty much, because it knows that's the perk you want.
You could just cast the spell.
Yeah, I have the spell, but it's, I'd rather have the enchantment on my boots. Yeah, I'd rather have the enchantment on my boots with stamina, so I can, have the archery perk on my boots, and also, help me out with sneak and stuff like that. But I know it's not a big deal. I just like to tear my hair out whenever I think about it, cry myself to sleep. Yeah. So, Michael, did you have any fun or interesting, weird, quirky things happen? We just went over a message to Whiterun and battle for Whiterun. Those,
yeah, during those two, not really. Other than I had to go do the dragon quest that you heard.
Yeah, he loves that.
Yeah, if you happen to watch the video, I may have.
Yeah, I just mentioned it. Yeah.
I may have mentioned it here or there that I had.
He loves it the way I love Oblivion lockpicking.
I had a weird thing happen during that little girl quest, but you guys didn't get to that yet. But I went to talk to the dead little girl, the ghost.
Uh-huh.
And as I was talking to her, a hired thug came up and started bashing me in the back of the head.
Oh no!
In the middle of the conversation, and I couldn't get out of the conversation.
That's weird.
And it wouldn't let you back out of the conversation?
She just kept talking, and I'm like, God!
Hurry up!
But then the guards ended up killing him before I got out of the conversation.
Wow, what ghost girl are you talking to?
The one in Markarth.
Helgi?
I mean, that conversation only lasts like 10, 30 seconds at most.
Yeah, but imagine how many times you could be hit in 30 seconds.
Enough to take you down.
Did you figure out who sent the hired thug this time?
I didn't even look. Oh yeah, I did. It was somebody from Markarth. Not Markarth. Somebody from. No, I was in Morthal. It was somebody from Markarth. That's right. I always.
That's when you go back to town and kill the person who sent the hired dog.
I always try to do that.
Yeah. It said like a Markarth guard or something like that. So I was like, oh, that's like all of them. Like.
There's nothing wrong with killing all the guards in Markarth.
There's a lot of guards in Markarth.
And they're all dirty.
Well, it's fun to kill them because you sit all the way up by that temple and shoot down below, and then if they come running up, you just shout them off the side and or down the steps,
Yeah, I think the one time I did it, I snuck into their barracks and basically just killed all of them, and as many as I could in the barracks in sneak with the dagger, and then went out, and there was only a couple left, and no more came out. But I mean, if you just try to take one on in the middle of the city, before you know it, there's at least 15 of them around you just wailing on you.
Good old Markarth.
It's a good-looking city. It just you can't find anything.
I can't stand the way it looks.
I think I finally figured out Markarth.
Yeah, I can't find any of the stores. I always forget where they are, and I'm like, I'm not going to waste my time when I can go to Windhelm and they're all right there, or Whiterun and they're all right there.
Yeah, I think
Whiterun's convenient.
I think we had that conversation where, I mean, because there's the two shops in the by the entrance, and then there's the store right there. Then you have to go over to the other side of town. And you have the blacksmith who's outside, and then you go up the stairs and around, and then you'll find the apothecary. And then if you go into the main building, you can find the second blacksmith, and he'll have stuff for you. But it's so much easier in Whiterun. And then if you get all the merchants in Riften, where for the Thieves Guild, that's awesome, because I think those actually their money actually goes up with you as for every merchant that you add, and then
Yeah, you get 1,000 more or something like that.
Yeah, and
well, for the fences you do. I don't know if you do for merchants.
okay, yeah, for the fences, that's right.
Yeah.
What's her name down there? So I mean, you end up with about four shops plus the fence, and then you go out of Riften, and then you have all the shops up there, and that Riften actually, once you do that, is really nice.
Yeah, it is nice. You know, I've been using Windhelm a lot for enchanting and smithing leveling because the
Everything's
enchanting
outside.
table is right behind that lady in the corner.
Yep.
And I'm like, man, this is like super easy right here. I never really used that town for that before, and I just did like over the last few months. And I'm like, man, it's way more convenient than Whiterun, where you have to run all the way up the damn hill.
Yeah.
Side.
And I
Get a house, you bum.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or you could build a house and get all three.
No, but there's nobody there to sell anything to.
yeah.
You're
Get married.
Dremora guy. You're Dremora
I
merchant.
do have to go get that. That would be helpful.
Yeah, I just recently figured out that the guy that's sitting there selling meat actually sells other stuff too.
Can't you sell stuff to your spouse in like Lakeview Manor and stuff? Don't they buy junk?
I think it depends on your spouse, doesn't it?
No,
I think
they're
that
all
I
merchants.
Oh, are they all merchant? Okay.
Yeah.
I believe that I've sold. I mean, they don't have a ton of cash, but I think I've sold stuff to them before.
Yeah, I'm at the point where if it's like just heavy armor or weapons or whatever, I just sit there and sell it just for the speech credit.
Yeah.
So you're not carrying around a lot of solid Dwemer metal pieces, then?
Nope.
Well, prior to getting the best add-on ever, the Ring of Himalayan Hauling, yes, I went with the rule of if it doesn't sell for 10 gold per every pound, then it wasn't worth picking up.
Yeah, I always try to do the weight ratio, like if its value versus its weight. Try to do a 10-to-1 at least before picking stuff up.
If
Yeah,
it looks
like, I don't-
shiny, I go all daisy-eyed and just pick it up anyway.
Yeah, those solid Dwemer metal pieces are like
25.
25
Yeah,
or 30 a
25 pounds.
piece.
5.
Yeah.
And they're worth like 3 cents.
Yeah. How many dwarven ingots would you get out of one? Just one piece of those. Do you get 3?
You actually do get 5 of them out of
Yeah,
5.
5.
Right?
No,
you get
that's almost
3.
worth it.
Now you get
Yeah.
3.
just 3.
But the solid Dwemer metal, you get 5. But if you get there's some plates that only weigh 2 that you pick up, and you get 3 or 4, you get 3 ingots out of it.
Ooh.
They only weigh 2.
That's
And
the
then this-
money plate.
Yeah, there was the Dwemer struts and things like that. You only get 3 of those, and they weigh 15
weigh
and
forever,
20
yeah.
pounds. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never really done a lot of Dwemer smithing.
Oh, you should do. You get loads of dwarven ingots and iron ingots. That'll make you a dwarven bow. You can basically just up your smithing all the way to 100, just making dwarven bows.
Yeah, those
It's
dwarf
bows.
bows are excellent for that.
Yeah, I've read on pages. I haven't done it myself, but I've read on pages that's a good exploit for leveling smithing is just dwarven.
And
It's-
enchanting too. You enchant them, and they
Yeah,
worth
it's
it.
well worth the extra. The single perk? Just go dwarven, and then you can also get. Once you do the Riften quest, where you go off to, where you get the crazy Argonian lady, and she sends you
Yeah.
off with the box. I think we've
Is
got
that
the quest coming
left
up.
or something. Yeah.
Miss Left or whatever it is.
Yeah. That's we have to do that for
Pencil
the
button, I think.
honey side, I think.
Yeah, she
Quest.
Unfathomable Depths. That's it. It's in next week's the next episode. Unfathomable Depths, and you go down, you take the cube. That gives you an increase in smithing as well, so your smithing will go up faster, 10% faster, I think.
I wonder
Nice.
if my add-on will screw with that, the Into the Depths or whatever. I have an add-on called Live Another Life, where you get to... I'm sick of that goddamn riding in the cart. I'll never do it again. I'm an alcoholic, of course. So I picked up Live Another Life, and because I had the assigned home or assigned faction of the Thieves Guild, it allows me to, was I beaten and left in the road or whatever? So I picked the property and picked Honeyside. being being a resident.
It shouldn't mess with the quest.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, alternate start is a really stable mod. It's just make sure it's loaded late in your load order. That's all.
Okay.
All right. I'm actually getting the red light here, gentlemen, from our producer. We need to take a break for a minute. I know he's really impatient over there. He's been flashing me
Good
for.
Lord. Hire a different
Well, I was trying to
producer,
break it.
will ya?
Yeah, it's jerk. But we need to go ahead and take a break here for a minute to hear a word from our sponsors, and we will be back with you next week for the conclusion of episode 2 of season 3 of the Roundtable. Thanks for listening.
Ah, you finally smartened up on those breaks.
He's a real pro now.
I'm trying to piecing stuff together here and there, slowly but surely. I'm learning. All right, I've got it written down. 7:05 is our break. We'll try to be back here in about 5 minutes or whatever. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and stuff. Be right back.
Tea break.
I'm actually playing right now.
I've been on I meant to get on Skyrim and do some more, just some random quests, but I've been on a really big kick of Minecraft.
Oh, that'll take up time for sure.
Oh yeah. Have you guys? I don't know if do you ever watch the YouTube Minecrafters?
My son watches Stampy Cat. Is that it?
I've never heard of him. I watch Jericho, OMG Firefox, Syndicate, and Captain Sparkles, and Wagling Thing.
Yeah, he's been watching. I think it's Stampy Cat is the guy's name, and I think they played on 360 though.
Oh yeah.
The guy's voice is just like burned in my brain at this point.
Yeah, so where are you, Michael? What you doing? Who are you killing?
I'm actually making because I just got the 100 in enchanting and smithing. I'm making my dragon scale armor.
Ooh, nice.
My God, enchanting is one of the most arduous things to level.
It goes really quick until you get to about. I can get it to go pretty fast until you get to about like upper 80s.
I get stalled at about level 60.
Yeah. The jewelry is expensive jewelry is the best thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
using was it enchanting stuff with banish or sneak on jewelry? That'll really bump it up nice and quick.
Sneak, carry weight's pretty high also.
Yeah.
And destruction on like helmets and stuff like that is pretty high. Yeah, but banish on the weapons, that's.
Yeah.
What I ended up doing was, and it's cost me a lot of gold, but thankfully I have an add-on better death loot. So I have more gold than I know what to do with. I installed the Whiterun Community College.
Oh.
It's outside of Whiterun. There's a hut, and it will have every skill book, and it will have a trainer for every skill. It will train you up to level 90.
Oh dear.
That's definitely convenient.
Yeah. I don't know what my enchanting's at. I'm trying to get it up pretty high because with was it the mods that I'm running, the magic damage that dragons do is off the scales.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Pardon the pun. I need magic resistance. Basically, I need like 25% magic resistance on everything. The only problem is that I put on one that's was it MMSK magic or something like that. So when I put on enchantments for fortify destruction, you know how it lowers your cost?
Yeah.
But on my one, it doesn't lower the cost, it increases the damage. So the spells still cost the same, but they do more damage.
Yeah, I noticed that when you were playing. I'm like, how do I get that?
The only way I can reduce the cost now is a potion. So when he's changed it, so now the potions are the ones that reduce the cost, whereas they're the ones who used to increase damage. now they reduce the cost, so I can make a potion now that reduces the cost down to about 63% or something like that.
Wow.
But it's still a ton. Like, you know, if I try and use like like the fireball and that level, I still have to stay down at firebolt and was it lightning. I can't use thunderbolt because it costs way too much magicka. I'm running out too fast.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I like is I can actually craft up some gear where I use no magicka for any of my spells.
Yeah.
Well, at least for whatever type of spell I'm working on, like either what is it, destruction or conjuration, alteration, whichever.
Yeah. And then when you get the doubles, then you can sort of like, you know, you can have conjuration and alteration at 0 cost.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly.
You just do that. Was it Master Paralyze spell? So Mass Paralysis, and then you release 2 Dremora Lords, and then you just go and execute everything lying on the floor.
Yeah, because right now I actually have, I am buffed up to the point where spells do no damage. Magic does no damage to my character.
Oof.
Doesn't matter what it is. Even if a dragon just shoots flame right at me, nothing.
Is that a combination of fire resistance and magic resistance?
No, it's basically that's why I went up the alteration tree, because at one point you end up with plus 30% magic resistance, then you absorb 30% of magic that's cast at you. Then I got the Shield of Solitude, which has magic resistance, and then I got an enchanted shield which had magic resistance. So those actually count as 2 different types of magic resistance. So you can double enchant with magic resistance twice, and you end up at over 100%.
Oh, see, the way it was explained to me, you can have more than one. Let's go with fire resistance enchant.
Mm-hmm.
The way it was explained to me is, so let's say on my boots I have a 42 enchant, and then on a ring I put a 23. Instead of that stacking to a 65 or whatever, it takes the damage off the first. It reduces the first one. Then the next one reduces 23% off of the remaining damage.
Yeah, I don't know, because like I said, I've stood in. As long as I don't get bitten by the dragon, they'll shoot full frost, flame, and basically my little gauge will appear, but no damage comes off. The only one that's actually done damage to me was a revered dragon, and that was because he did
The bollocks shout.
Yeah, that one.
Fuck that shout.
Drain vitality.
That's the one.
7 points for 20 seconds. 7 points per second for 20 seconds. Yeah. And basically, he's flying around just yelling that shout the whole time, and it's like, really, dude? Come on, at least come down and let me hit you.
At least you look purple though. You're fashionable.
Yeah.
I thought doesn't it max out at 80, the amount, even if you're over 80, the resistance?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, magic resistance, but I think magic resistance and fire resistance is different. So if you combine them, you can get it up to 95, I think.
Maybe that's what it is, because I have some Thalmor boots that I have bumped up to, like, I think 30% frost and fire damage. But when I faced the guy that shoots the electricity in Solstheim, he didn't do any damage to me either.
Is that a good wall to come back in on?
Yeah, whenever you're ready, dude, we'll just shoot
Yeah.
shit.
Yep, I'm ready.
All right.
Oh, ow! Damn dog. Here, I'll turn my video on for a second. I don't know if you can hear. But the content button.
Is that Falcor from the Neverending Story?
Oh man, what a deep cut that was. God damn.
Oh,
That's a way reach back
It
that
just
one.
jumped up and rammed into my chest. We call her Rocket Dog.
Yeah.
Alrighty, here we go. And welcome back to part 2 of episode 2 of season 3 of the Civil War for the Skyrim Roundtable. How's everybody doing? Have a good break?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All
good
right.
week off.
Very good.
Good week
Took
off.
over all of Tamriel.
Not short of a time. No. So in the break, you were briefly discussing some magic resistance and enchantments and stuff, I believe, Juan.
Yes.
Anything good come of that?
Well, what I was talking about was the fact that when I come against dragons or magic users, I've created some enchanted objects that bump up my my resistance to almost 100%. So I really enjoy going against vampires, magic users, and dragons as long as I stay out of reach, because they do absolutely no damage, and I just sit there and knock them out from far away. And I'll kind of I've been using the bow and the Dremora Lords, just because dragons, because of the fact that till I talk to you about the dragon skin, where I actually get it to last longer than 45 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So now I actually get up close and personal, and I just cast that spell first. Brings my, all my other equipment brings up my my magicka really fast, and then I cast a bound sword, and I have conjure Dremora Lord with the other. So as if I see him die, then I just go ahead and throw another one out there, and then I just start wailing on him with the sword. And by the time I start taking quite a bit of damage, my magicka is all the way up, and I go ahead and recast the dragon skin, dragon hide, and then just rinse and repeat. And so it's really nice to get up close and personal to build up that one-handed, because any other way it had to be like a single enemy that wasn't too powerful for me to be able to boost up the one-handed.
Yeah, we were discussing this dragon hide earlier. I've had it for a while, but just since you were talking about it, I decided that I would try to maybe look into it and using it a little bit as well. Even if you have the stability perk and the alteration tree, which makes stuff last longer, this particular dragonhide it doesn't seem to be effective. It seems different than the ebony skin or the oak flesh, or
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to function on a different level. Can you remind us what the actual perk is in the for the dragon hide?
When you cast dragon hide, basically you ignore 80% of physical damage, and it lasts. If you just have the spell, it lasts for 30 seconds. If you get the stability perk, it goes up to 45 seconds. And then if you have enough magicka to cast it, and you basically dual cast, it goes up to 99 seconds.
Okay, so I was
But
just
it's a
picking and
dual-
choosing. Sorry, go ahead, Colin.
Isn't it? It's a dual cast one spell anyway.
This is the thing that I wanted to get into, because this was
Yeah.
confusing to me.
It's really weird.
Even though that this spell is in both your hands, like you cannot have another spell loaded in your left hand while you have Dragonhide in your right hand, it is still only a single-handed cast for some reason. It's really weird. I didn't understand it at first.
Because
But
it's a master level spell, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So when you dual cast it, it takes twice as much magic. More than that, actually. I have it written down here. It takes 2.2 amount of magicka in order to cast it and it also has a 2.2 times effectiveness, but it cost the cost is 2.8 magicka. So it almost 3 times the amount of magicka if you want to cast it, dual cast it with both hands. But it only has a 2.2 times effectiveness. So if 80% up to 160 plus another, 0.2, whatever that is, like probably 180%. Well, that can't work out. See, I don't even know how the math in this game works. But
Yeah,
I was doing the math and I tried to figure it out. I just went and used some fortify enchanting potions and went and enchanted. I have enchanting up to 100, so I was doing a set of magic and archery gear. So I did the 4 pieces. The 4 pieces of apparel that you can do archery happen to be the same 4 pieces that you can do a boost of magicka. So I went and I enchanted all of those with both magicka and archery as high as I could get them with my potions. And I have a magicka level of 552. And then I did the math to calculate how much magicka I would need in order to dual cast the Dragonhide, and I need 554. So I am 2 points of magicka under with my most powerful magicka, what I would need in order to actually dual cast Dragonhide. So I'm incapable of dual casting it at this point. So I was just picking and choosing in the tree which perks for alteration that I would use. And I hadn't actually gotten the dual cast perk, so I chose that today when I was messing around with it. But it turns out that I still don't even have enough magicka. I'm still 2 points under. So my next level up, I will invest in magicka, and then I will finally be able to actually dual cast Dragonhide. And when you dual cast it, what does that actually do for you, Juan? I mean, you have enough magicka to dual cast it, correct?
Yeah, I actually had some armor that I just ring and everything that I created just for battling as a mage, and so it decreased the amount of magicka that I required to by 25% for alteration, and then I had a couple others that reduced, and then it's basically boosts up my magicka, boosts up the regeneration rate, as well as decreases the amount that I need for destruction, alteration, and then I have master robes of conjuration. And so once I was able to cast that spell, it lasts for 99 seconds, which is long enough to take care of most enemies. Every once in a while, I do have to run away because, if there's about 3 or 4 Draugr Lords and they start wailing on me, and then they kill my Dremora Death Lords, Dremora Lords, then I'll just kind of run away a little bit, recast the Dragonhide armor again, and then I'll throw out some Dremora Lords and use some fast healing, and then jump back into the battle. And I actually have my my one-handed up to about 86 now, I think.
And your one-handed is you're just conjuring a sword or a dagger or something.
Yeah,
right?
right. Yeah, my one-handed is up to 86 now. And one thing I did find though is that if I have the perk in the one-handed tree for dual wielding to speed it up, I was not able to do the first part of the shout of the one that speeds you up even more, which I thought was kind of weird. So apparently,
because you have an enchanted weapon.
Yeah.
It won't work if you have an enchanted weapon.
Okay, so if it's conjured up, then it won't work.
It won't do it. No, it has to be a normal,
That's weak.
ebony sword or things like that. You can't.
Because I don't carry any weapons at all.
If you have your conjured sword or your bound weapons, does that count as one of your conjuration? So you can't have 2 Dremora Lords and your conjured sword?
No,
Yeah.
I can have 2 swords, 2 Dremora lords.
Okay, so it doesn't count against your conjured beings or whatever.
Not at all. Not
okay.
at all.
Okay, cool.
And because yeah. 'Cause, yeah, I mean, I have so many spells running all at once. I actually went over to check on my active effects, including all my armor, and I mean, it was probably about 2 pages long.
A laundry list of active effects.
Yeah. One thing that's always bothered me about the enchanting, though, is the you know how you get the master level robes, and it has your regeneration is 150%, and your the cost is like 22%.
Yeah.
For everything, you can create something stronger than you can get in the game, except for that.
Yeah. I'm one thing I get frustrated with is that the Archmage of the college's robes aren't as strong as master robes.
Yeah.
I would think that those robes would, since they're like one unique item, that those would be like 200% magic regeneration and like a 50% reduction of cost of all spells. But
Yeah, but you can get them to with a quest, so you could have them by like level 8 or 9 or something like that, or even earlier.
Master
So.
robes, aren't those specific to one school? I figured
Yes.
they were
Yeah.
always more powerful because they were more specialized. You were forsaking alteration maybe to specialize in destruction.
Right, and I think that's what he's saying. Like, if you are the head of the college, you should be an expert in all schools. So even if it's not 50%, let's just say it's just the same
30.
as the master.
Or 20, yeah.
Or the same as the master level robe, but for all spells. That would be awesome.
yeah, I just found that sort of frustrating that the Archmage's robes are not even as powerful as the most powerful robes.
I've
Yeah.
always viewed the Archmage as the jack of all trades. I can do everything well, but I'm not the best.
Okay, then 15% for all spells.
Just give me something. What is the actual enchantment on the Archmage's robes? Are they just 120% regeneration, or I don't even remember.
That's a very
don't
good
know.
question.
You know, you guys are throwing a lot of numbers and a lot of percentages
Sorry,
out there. I mean, we established the fact that
fuzzing out
Meathead's
on you.
pretty fucking stupid, right? I mean, you guys are making it pretty rough on him.
Welcome to the Skyrim Addict Math Podcast.
Let's see.
If the Archmage robes allow for 128% regeneration, the ring 30%, how long will it take Meathead to jump off a cliff?
No, it says
You already did.
the Archmage's robes are 15% less to cast, plus 50 magicka, and magicka regenerates 100% faster.
Oh, it gives you plus 50 magicka. That's the benefit of the robes that the master robes don't give you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, there is an advantage there. Then I forgot about the actual magicka bonus there. So, yeah. All right, anybody have any things that you want to mention before we jump into the rest of the quest for this evening?
No, we're good.
If not, we'll go ahead and launch into the Lost Expedition. And Colin, we haven't called on you yet this evening. Would you like to give us a brief introduction to the Lost Expedition? See what happened with those fellas.
If you wanted a brief one, why did you ask me?
Give us as long as you can.
Let's see. If you remember from all your previous playthroughs, if you buy any fucking piece of dwarven thing anywhere, Calcelmo will send you a note saying, "Come here and sell it to me." Unless you're doing my particular playthrough and you buy 30 pieces of dwarven stuff and he doesn't send you the bastard note and ruins your videos. So you just randomly have to go back to Markarth and go up to Calcelmo's lab inside Understone Keep, and he gets really rude and you have to restrain yourself from setting him on fire, and tells you about an expedition that he's doing inside the Dwarven Ruin, and he doesn't want to let you in, but if you can convince him in any number of ways to give you the key to his museum and to the ruins, he'll let you go in, and you need to kill Niemi, or Nemi, whatever her name is, which is a giant frostbite spider. So when you go in there, you go through the ruins, you kill some spiders, and then you'll find and then you kill her, and then you'll find a dead Imperial soldier who has a note next to him saying that there's some other researchers down inside the ruins, and you need to follow them down to find out what happened to them. So that's it, basically.
Let's get into it a little bit. Colin, did you have any fun adventures? Anything? What happened when you went in and faced the spiders and found the note?
Dead spiders. Yeah, that was pretty much it. Just walked in. I had Talvis with me, and I had my wriggling warrior, so I wasn't in that much of a danger. The only problem is Talvis's frost atronach gets in my way quite a lot, so I have to kill it over and over again. But that's all right. I do have I didn't have at this point, but I have Zachrosis's mask, so. And with the mods that I'm running, it gives me plus 100% damage with shock spells and 80%
nice.
resistance to it. So I was just running there, going using dual wielding lightning bolts. And Talvis is a really good destruction mage as well as being a good conjuration mage. So he uses fireballs and firebolts and summons up frost atronachs. And then the wriggling is just a nut job who runs in there with a spike and starts attacking anything. So that was pretty easy. And then you go down through the ruins, and as you're going through the ruins, you've got to kill Falmar, pick up all the dwarven materials so you can smith them down and make it loads of dwarven bows later on. And yeah, you have to collect all these diaries to find out what the research. And once you get to the very, very end, you find out that it's like they're creating a Falmar army and they're going to attack Markarth out of these ruins. So you've got to turn on all the dwarven machinery so they can kill the Falmar and stop the Falmar army from coming up through the ruins. Something like that. Over a week ago, right. I think. Yeah.
There's I don't remember which member of the expedition it is, but there's this one spot I always get to when I'm doing this quest where I don't see a clear path to this person, but if you look over the edge, you can see them, like, it looks like the ramp that they were on collapsed and they died, but I don't see a way to get to that, so I always end up just jumping off and down to them. Do you guys
have to go through the ruins.
You're talking about the campsite where there's some bedrolls there too?
I don't believe it's a campsite.
He's like up higher, right? But
yeah, he's up on a platform.
Huh.
You got to go through a different doorway.
Okay, yeah. I never find him except for jumping. I always just jump down and grab that.
You're gonna have to work your way through the ruins, but there's an entrance. He's like right in front of the door, actually.
Yeah, so I usually jump down, get him, and then go. I guess backtrack. I guess I go the wrong way through the ruins.
Yeah, it's pretty linear if you follow through. If you go up and then you carry on going along the pathway, killing Falmar along your way. You go down and then you can go left. You go into a room and it's just just a treasure room. There's just some stuff, and then you come back and then you go downstairs. You get into kill more Falmar. Then you go in downstairs, come back all the way up. But if you kind of, just follow where all the enemies are, it's pretty linear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the first one, if you go all the way through it, you come out on a balcony, and you can either jump down into the water and go into the next one, or you can go all the way back and go down the ramp. It's either way.
I guess I just get too impatient. Going through all these Dwemer ruins loaded with Falmar gets me.
Well, I went in alone at level 8, and it's supposed to be a level 16 quest, so I died a lot. And at one point, I actually got so frustrated I whacked my keyboard, and I must have hit the right combination of keystrokes because my screen turned upside down, literally, crashed Skyrim, and then rotated around sideways and crashed the computer.
Oh no!
Ouch. Perfect.
And then when I came back, it was rotated sideways in portrait mode, and I couldn't use my mouse, so it took me a while to recover from that.
Lesson learned, huh? Don't slam on the keyboard.
Yeah. So.
Have a pillow next to you next time.
Something like that, yeah.
Or a punching bag.
Yeah.
Or a storm cloak.
There you go.
What nice thing I liked about I do like about watching Colin's videos is I actually watch and notice that the PC crashes at times as well. So it makes me feel better about
Thanks, Juan.
about the Xbox crashing. You know, I'm just like, okay, well, at least it's not just the consoles that crash.
No, the PCs crash a lot with mods. Just all of a sudden, just boom, crash. No reason, no nothing. It just sort of goes right to the desktop.
Yeah, and then you load it back up for the same place, and then it just carries on going smoothly. And you're like,
that's just
no.
fine.
I'd rather that I'd go in and it continually crash, and then it'll give me a reason why it crashed, so I can fix it.
I had an add-on that did that. So I think it's called the Bank of Whiterun, and I don't know if it's how they designed it, but it turns off clipping or something like that because I fell through the world, and then it crashed after I left the bank. But as a side note, the person who made that is a freaking sadist because there are 6 chests, and they're those ones that are always open, so you can't really put stuff in them. But individually laid out in each one is about 3,000 gold. There are 6 chests like that. Do you know how many times you have to hit the E or X key to pick it up, to pick up that much gold?
That's mean.
Like I said, I finally got so frustrated I used Boost Rodal. That was a mistake. Gold went everywhere.
So he dropped like individual coins. He didn't do like the
Yes.
piles of gold that's in the whole barrel.
Yeah, no piles where you can go click, hey, you got 8,000 gold. No, it was in each thing, 3,000
One
pieces
septum.
of gold in individual septum.
Good lord. Well, I assume Calcelmo, when you got back out, was his usual friendly self, Colin?
Yeah, I mean he loved it coming back. He gives you like a really good chunk of change because he pays researchers, but these guys are all dead now, so who cares about compensating their families for the loss? So I'll just give you the gold because you gave me the research that I can put in my book and be more famous.
Yeah, the one thing about Calcelmo is he's not an ass, he's not a jerk, he's just indifferent.
No, he's an ass.
I think he's just he doesn't care one way or the other. He just cares about getting his stuff.
Well, you do find out he has that sweet side when you do the Mara quest.
Yeah, there is that.
No, you find out he's a dirty old man.
Well,
He's like 500 years old and she's like 20 or something like that.
Oh, man.
Oh, goodness.
Hello.
That's why you get Khajiits.
Yeah, that's right. Like Ajit's been scratching at the door, though.
You can milk him and make some fondue, Victor.
Yeah, right.
You can milk most anything.
Is the
I've got nipples, Juan. Can you milk me?
So, moving on.
Anyway.
Anywho.
Did anyone do? Is there another quest over there in the Dwemer Museum from Calcelmo? Is that one that we've been assigned?
No, it wasn't
Thieves
for this
Guild,
one,
I
no.
I think that's from the Thieves Guild.
Yeah.
Did anybody by chance go over to the other side and do that quest? I did.
I completed the whole Thieves Guild, so probably.
I haven't
Can you
even been to
give us
Riften
a
yet.
can you give us a little breakdown of what happens over there, Michael? Do you remember offhand?
Trying to remember what I went over there for. What's the name of it?
You're trying to translate the Falmor.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay, yeah,
That's where
Enfear,
you
right?
gotta break into his. You can either steal. Well, you just steal the key off his table, really, and go into his place, and you gotta sneak around all the guards and do the rubbing and get the heck out of there. That's
Did you get the Dwemer box?
the box?
Yeah.
Yeah, the box. There's a
special box to sell back to Delvin,
Yeah.
right?
No, I
Yeah.
missed it this time. Damn.
yeah. It's the one in downstairs as you're going through. You have to go somewhere where you're not really supposed to go. It's like instead of just going through it to get the mission done, you have to wander off and like literally steal everything that's around you. So, it's for somebody like Juan, a proper thief who just like robs everybody blind,
Yeah, well, when you
and then
take
comes
the bullet
back
holes
and
off their back,
assassinates them.
well, I need them to respawn. It's especially funny watching the bards up there in just their bathing suits singing.
So has anyone ever played with the dwarven control stick? I believe I don't even remember. It's something called something like that.
Yeah, that thing's
That's
awesome.
in there also. Yeah.
I've never really used it before, but I tried to use it on this playthrough, but I didn't find it very fun or something.
Yeah, it only works on that one.
That one
dwarven
spider, right? And you
And
can't
you
take him
ca-
out.
Yeah, you can't get the bastard out, so it doesn't really work.
And I believe I don't even remember who you're going up against in there. Is it Markarth guards or something like that?
No, because then you'd get done by other Markarth guards outside. It's
Yeah. Who is it?
Calsalmo's own
Yeah.
crew. He's
Oh, okay.
hired. Because you go there and you talk to him. You ask him, do you need to hire anybody else to go with the expedition? And he goes, no, we've got enough guards and things like that.
Okay. But I think they killed my spider pretty quickly anyway. I think I even reloaded once to try to play with it some more, but I don't think he's very strong anyway. So
No. Yeah, he's not like
not
the
even sure
steadfast
that was
dwarves,
a great addition to the game.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things that seems like dragon mounts. It seems like a great idea until you use it, and then it's really just disappointing.
Has anyone used a dragon for travel? Did anyone test to see if that's possible? We discussed that at the end of season 2. I remember.
I'm in the middle of kicking Mirak's ass, so
Okay.
I'll let you know.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too.
See if you can
I have all those shots
fly
with
from
dragon
Rift into
aspect, though.
Solitude.
I think pretty sure you can fast travel on him.
Yeah,
Oh, you can on them?
I mean, I've flown around Solstheim with them,
No.
but I never really. I got bored with doing it, so I never really did it on the mainland.
I was just always curious if you could just hop on one in Riften and fly all the way across the country or not.
Yeah, I don't know whether you can fly from Riften to Solitude, but I know that you can fast travel.
Fast travel?
from- Or while you're still on the dragon, I think. I'll test it when I beat Mirak.
Nice. You kick his ass and tell us what's up.
Yeah, I'm working on the same thing also. So I'll actually try to ride dragons now because I think like everybody else once you defeat Merak, it's just like it just doesn't seem worth riding on a dragon
No.
because it's so wonky.
It really is.
Plus, I want to
feel
get the dragon soul as well. So I don't really want to ride the dragon. I just want to kill it and take its soul.
Yeah.
Take its soul.
Yeah. That's
Well,
all
I
I'm
mean,
for,
you
right?
can bend his will and then kill him, which,
Are you
Well,
guys
I don't
playing
want to be
through
a
the
dick.
Are you guys playing through the Mirak quest for a specific purpose? Are you trying to deplete
Yeah, 'cause I'm-
a tree or something?
No, because I'm fed up of going to sleep and waking up at some stupid stone.
I just didn't know if you wanted to get your perks back out of a tree or something.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to finish the Merit Quest because I didn't finish it last season.
Uh-huh.
And in hopes of eliminating all my freezing issues, I actually deleted all my old characters. Didn't work.
Oh no.
So, anyways, I'm actually going through it, and I've never fought Karstag, so I'm gonna give that a shot too as a full blown mage. So
Oh,
we'll see
fun.
how that works out too.
Enjoy that.
that'll be a good time.
Well, if the Dremora Lords can take care of them, I should be okay.
I think,
maybe.
personally, I think fighting him as a mage is the easiest. trying to fight him as a melee fighter is harder, I'd say.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Because if you can,
That's
hit
true.
him
You
from
got
a
to
distance. Yeah. So
Yeah,
we'll
well,
see
you
how
need
that goes.
you need the impact perk and sort of like good reduction in your
Frost
destruction
resistance.
cost.
Yeah, well, I have the like I said, I have the all the enchanted armor, so that I have like almost no damage for basically any type of like frost attack, fire attack, electric attack does no damage with the magic resistance.
I just got what's it? I've got the name of him now. The Embittered Destroyer. It's one of the videos I've posted on my own channel, where I got I've forgotten his name now. Azidal.
Azadal.
So now I do 100% more damage with fire spells and 80% resistance to fire. Now I'm thinking
Azadal's armor gives you that.
His mask, yeah.
His mask.
Now that's like it seems vastly overpowered because also I've got these new spells, which is the weakness to fire potions. I've got them in spell form as well, so I can blast somebody with a weakness to fire and then blast them with fire.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I've noticed you do that. That's pretty slick.
Because see, before you would have to like load that poison onto an arrow and shoot them with it, and then pull out your spells and cast your fire spells on them that way.
So it is like really, really powerful. But if you watch the video of the Embittered Destroyer and see me die 9,000 times trying to kick Azadal's ass, it was a fucking nightmare. They changed him, so now he is. He can summon spiders. The the albino spiders.
Jumping ones, yeah.
Yeah, he summoned. Well, he doesn't do the fire ones. It's just the normal ones outside the room. So that does work. He has the master level fear spell, so he kept on setting that off and scaring the shit out of Talvis. So he kept on running away. He summons 3 of those fire wraiths, like the ice wraith, but the fire version. He summons those around him. He has it was just absolutely endless, and he has like thousands worth of health or something like that. After going through all that, I don't care what anybody says about how overpowered my fire damage is now. I had to go through it. It was worth it.
Before I forget it, I was looking at the day release, the 8th.
Well, we can't hear you, Carl.
Oops, sorry, Carl. Sorry, while Carl's gathering himself. Speaking of Azadal, I am getting my enchantments up over 100 now, but in order to get everything strong as can be, I was wanting to go back up to Solstheim as well and maybe do the... is it Unearthed? Is that what his quest is called?
Yeah.
Yeah, wanted to do that Unearthed quest to... he provides some sort of enchanting bonus. Was it 10% or something like that?
Yeah, for enchanting. Yeah.
You're wearing all his
4 pieces of his armor. Yeah.
Wearing his gear. And how many pieces does he actually have? There's 5 maybe?
There's 5, and you need to wear 4.
At least 4 of them. Very nice. So, I need to get back up to Solstheim and spend lots of money on Unearthed. And let's see, I believe with the close of the Lost Expedition, that will bring our Markarth adventuring also to a close.
Thank God.
We're done with Markarth.
Burn it to the ground.
Any other questing or anything that happened in Markarth that people want to mention before we move on to Morthal?
I want to know, did any of you guys do the Morag Ball quest line?
I didn't this time, no.
No.
I have it started, but I have not finished it.
That was very convenient for me. I stumbled into it, and around the time it was right before I went to go do the quest for the Sybil. And they were both in the same cell. 2 birds, 1 stone.
Oh, nice. Someone else mentioned that. Was that you, Michael? You went up there and you found 2 people in that cell up at that redoubt?
No, I actually only found the one. So
Who was that? Someone else mentioned that they found 2 people
Carl,
in the cell.
wasn't it? Carl, in the Facebook group.
I thought someone on the podcast mentioned that. I could be wrong.
I found her by accident.
Oh yeah,
Boston or whatever.
You skipped over.
No,
Carthways,
it was on the podcast. It was Carl's. I've got the name of it. His feedback that he left.
My journal thing
at
for
the
my
end.
character.
Oh, okay, right on.
You know, there was only one in myself.
Nice. All right, so I believe that will draw our Markarth adventuring to an end. So let's head a little bit north and a little bit east, and we'll stop off in the town of Morthal. And we have
just before we can, just really quick question.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if we were holding off on the data quests for a season in the future, or if it's okay to work on them.
Well, tentatively, we're not even sure what's really happening with Season 4 yet. We're planning on doing Dawn Guard and maybe the Daedric quests or Dragon Priest masks, some sort of combination of those. So I have actually started a couple of the Daedric quests, but not completed any of them. Yeah, and I've accidentally whatever, but I've collected a couple of the Dragon Priest masks as well.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've done as well. I've actually been focusing on the dragon masks because I wanted to see if there was any that would help me as a magic user. Mm-hmm. But the Daedric quest I've been holding off just because I wasn't sure what we were going to do, or if we were just going to do one season on focusing. I wonder if we could just focus on Daedric quests and dragon masks. That might work for a single season as well. I don't know what the plan is for that, though.
Yeah, we haven't really gotten anything set in stone, but I think the tentative plan might have been Daedric / Dawn Guard for next season, but, it's still up in the air. And we could always, roll new characters again if anything comes to it. So,
that's very true.
Just play how you're going to play. No point in ruining and stuff. And if you want to start a new character, go right ahead.
Okay. I haven't done any of the Daedric quests either. I don't know if anybody else has. And the only Dragon Priest ones I've got is the Soulstone ones. So.
Mm-hmm. I got a Dragon Priest mask today. What was I doing? I was getting... What's that blade called where you harvest the dragon heart scales? Was that Kazuvang's Fang or something like that? Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
Oh, the Dragon Priest dagger?
Yeah, in order to get the master spell for Dragonhide, Tolfdir from the college says he needs dragon heart scales, and I think it's randomly placed, but there's a dagger that you have to get. I think it's called I can't pronounce it.
Yeah,
Kazuvang's Fang.
Right. Yeah, that's the one that I have as well, and that's how I actually found the place that had the bear's hat.
Oh, nice. See, I think mine was I think it's called Vaulthume, and I happened upon there's a dragon priest there at the end to get the actual dagger that I needed to harvest the heart scale. So I think I've collected maybe 2. Because there's one up at Sheer Point as well, and I just happened to be randomly walking by Sheer Point and started getting attacked by a dragon priest, so I had to take his ass out too. So
I've never done that quest.
The heart scales one?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, if you want the master scales for alteration, you have to.
Yeah,
Tolfdir will send you on a quest.
I was wondering if you could actually do anything else with those heart scales, because I collect them off of every dragon now.
Yeah, I was reading up on it, and evidently you have to equip the dagger in order to harvest the heart scales, and you have to do it in the right hand. If you do it in the left hand, it won't work.
Huh.
And the dragon scales are a locked quest item until you unlock the dragon hide, a master spell. And after you do that, then they're only a sellable item. They become unlocked, and you can just sell them. There's no other purpose to them other than that.
I think it'd be kind of cool to make some armor out of those.
Yeah, the Dragon Heart Scale
Scales.
special helmet or something. Yeah, that would be cool.
I'm sure there's a mod for that.
But that's,
More than likely.
Have any of you guys ever dabbled in writing your own mods? Do any of you have the know-how to be able to pull that off?
No.
Magic, isn't it? Some sort of black magic.
I have Creation Kit. I mean, it comes. You can get it on, from Steam. It takes some learning.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can make simple mods like houses and things like that, but if it comes to scripting, that's a whole different story. I'm not a programmer, so.
Yeah, you have to have some pretty in-depth computer know-how in order to do that sort of thing.
Yeah, definitely.
So this kit you get from Steam, does it come with the sacrificial dagger and chicken? Where do you set up the altar? Is there a specific time you have to do it at?
Yes, you have to kill several goats in Skyrim first to collect their horns.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
And you have to be neighbors with a Daedric prince.
Yes.
I think I might be.
Now, Creation Kit is Bethesda's game engine design tool, so it's pretty powerful.
Wow. So you actually have to know what you're doing. You actually have to have experience with designing games in order to use it properly.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, any other last tail end business in Markarth? We'll go ahead and move on to Morthal. And in Morthal, our first quest is number 9, Laid to Rest. And Michael had referenced Laid to Rest earlier in the show. So we will go ahead and let Michael give us a brief description of what Laid to Rest will entail.
You wander into the little village of Morthal, not Markarth, and everybody's standing outside, and you hear tell of some issues in town. There's a fire at, what's the guy's name? I forget his name, but at the house. And so you have to figure out.
Is it Hrogar?
Yeah, Hrogar, that's it. Yeah, something like that. But anyway, you have to figure out who burned down the house and why, and you have to. What's that? Alva. You have to search her house at some point, and then you eventually end up at find a little girl in her coffin, which is really depressing, and then you have to go kill the vampires in the Vampire Slayer. I believe I got that order correct.
Yeah, as it turns out, as you approach Morthal, there's been a house fire that people want you to sort of inspect. And Hrogar did something very suspicious. Immediately after his house burned down, he shacked up with Alva, like Michael had mentioned. So Alva is this,
Young hottie.
dirty girl who Hrogar shacks up with the very next day, which looks very suspicious to the townspeople. So they say that, you need to go check out this whole situation. So, but if you just go over to the burnt down house, that'll spawn the little ghost of the girl Helgi, and she wants to
go there close to midnight, though.
Yeah, after dark at some point. At nighttime. It gives you the quest queue, the clue. It says go to the burnt down house after dark or whatever.
I walked in there first thing in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning. She's still
Yeah,
there.
I did
The ghost is still hanging out.
Same here.
Yeah.
I have never seen her during the day.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, in my game.
During the day for me.
Yeah, like you can only play hide and seek after dark in mine, but I walked up to her at like noon or something, but then I had to wait.
Oh, really? She'll hang out?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
pretty
cool.
much.
That's nice of her. But after dark or during the day, she will ask you to play hide and seek and reveals that Laylette was unwillingly forced to burn down the house. And you're like, wait a second, who's Laylette? What's going on here? So Laylette had to kill the girl, but in the end tried to save Helgi by turning her into a vampire. But it was too late. The house had already burnt down, and Helgi was evidently too far gone to be transformed into a vampire. But when you go up to, it's sort of up around the bend, if you go to the edge of town, and there's a little hill going up behind the buildings. If you go up there, you'll find the tomb of the little girl, Helgi, and there you will find the vampire Lilette at the tomb. And as you battle Lilette, her widower Thonir will approach after you had killed her and be like, "Oh my gosh, it's Lilette. I thought that she had left to join the resistance. She had been gone for so long. What did you do?" But then he remarks that she had been strangely... she had begun to visit with Alva before the disappearance, and he thought that she went off to join the resistance. But Alva stuck her big nose into everything. So that causes you to want to go to Alva's house, and you break in, and you discover Alva's journal, which is downstairs in a bop-bop-bop in her coffin. So you're like, wait a second, normal people don't sleep in coffins, do they?
Hey.
So, sorry, Colin.
Well, then again, goths aren't normal people, are they?
Yeah. But so you find a coffin in her basement, and you get the journal. You take the journal back to the Jarl, who was the original person who wanted you to inspect this whole situation. And the Jarl will request that you help the townspeople defeat a master vampire. And the plans had come out that the master vampire Movarth was building up this whole plan to enslave the whole town of Morthal and use them pretty much like cattle to feed their vampires who were off in the cave not too far away from town. So then you have to meet the townspeople there. Yeah. So you have to meet the townspeople there, and you go and take on a horde of vampires not far from Morthal. How do people find the battle there with the vampires outside of Morthal?
Underwhelming.
Yeah.
I thought it would be a little tougher too.
Yeah. You can beat them pretty easily sneaking around through that place.
I didn't even sneak.
I got killed by Movarth. The first
Attaboy.
Yeah, the only reason he killed me is because when I looked up what you had to do for the next quest, it's like, okay, well, I need vampirism. All right, bitch, give me vampirism. So I just stood there and took it.
Yeah, I got sniped by an archer.
Oh.
And when you're not wearing any armor, that sucks.
Did you have your dragon hide yet?
No, I did not have the dragon hide at that point. All I had was ebony, and
I still find that ebony pretty strong.
it's strong. But the problem is,
As long as you don't wear armor, that's the key.
yeah, well, I don't have any armor, but the problem is, for some reason, archers still seem to kill you with the ebony armor if they get a shot in on you.
Yeah,
I've gotten one-shotted
lots
by-
of health.
Yeah, I've gotten one-shotted by archers.
Yeah, I got ragdolled by archers. Like, you see our arrow come in, and then you're just like tumbling down the hallway, and you're like, "Ooh, maybe I'll wait. Stand up, stand up, stand up." Oh,
If you're in robes, I think anything above a thug can one-shot you with an arrow.
Yeah.
Pretty
But-
much if you're just in
yeah,
robes.
but my ebony
I-
flesh is supposed to be 3 times as powerful, which would mean
it
that
gives
it
you-
have a 300 in armor. But no.
Yeah. No.
Yeah,
Doesn't
they
work
still
that
go
way.
through it. Yeah,
They have armor
if-
piercing.
if you're on like master level, then that'll one shot you.
Yeah. Well,
The
I'm
amount
in
of damage they're doing.
Yeah.
I died
I'm
about-
an expert.
I died must have been about 20 times trying to take Movarth down.
Oh, yeah?
I've been playing on
But,
expert from the beginning.
They the vampires in mine have vampire lord abilities, from the Dawn Guard.
Yeah.
So they can turn into bats and attack you.
Oh,
We've got
awesome.
the
Or not so awesome.
all the thralls. The vampire lord. Because it absorb health spell, so it's the one that they shoot at you, and not the constant stream. It's the one that they shoot at you, and they've got so much health. And he was throwing out thunderbolts at me, and
Wow.
it's just an absolute nightmare. It was, especially when I was just in robes. I lost vermin like 2 or 3 times.
Oh, poor vermin.
I finally I beat him finished the thing, came up, killed Elva, went outside, only to get attacked by a wyvern.
No.
And
What is
Thank you,
that?
Deadly Dragons.
yeah, basically it shoots like poison at you. Instead of shooting fire or frost, it shoots poison at you.
Yeah.
But it's a kind of dragon.
Yeah,
four-legged, right?
it's from whatchamacallit,
Deadly
the Witcher
Dragons.
series. Yeah, it's from Deadly Dragons, but there's wyverns in the Witcher series, I think, and that's where it's
Witcher.
from. And I promptly died to that dragon, and then realised that I didn't save. The last save was just before the Morthal fight, so I had to go back and go through that fight again. But it wasn't as bad as because I went and talked. As I said, I went to talk to Helgi at 9 o'clock in the morning, and she says, "I'll come back at night, and you can find me then, and hopefully find the other one because she's still looking for you." But I had just woken up and just finished my breakfast, and I was like, "Oh crap! I ain't waiting around all day." So I went off to go to where was it, Folgenther, to get the Goldier amulet. So I ran all the way up there, done Folgenther, and then saved just before that fight. With I can't remember the guy's name, but it was just before. It was the guy with the Goldier amulet on him, where he summons up all the Droger thralls around him. That was a scary fight.
I noticed you got attacked outside, and then went back, and there was nobody there.
Yeah. Was I got attacked outside? What happened was I saved just before the Folgenther last fight. Fought him, killed him, went looted, and then ran all the way back to Morthal. Continued doing all the quests. Met Alva, killed what's her face, the vampire, and stripped her naked, and then claimed no knowledge when her husband came looking for her. Went in, talked to the Jarl, came outside, met everybody standing outside, ran with them all the way to Movar's Lair, where there was 2 vampires outside waiting for us, and died, and then had to go all the way back to Folgenther, and that was my last save.
Oh no!
So I had to do the whole thing all over again. So there's a lesson for saving for you.
Yeah.
Is there always 2 vampires waiting outside if you have the mob follow you? I've never had the mob follow me.
Yeah, no, it was just a random spawn. I thought immersive creatures had put them out there, like guards or something, because every other time I've done it, they've never been there, but it looked like it was just a random spawn.
Yeah.
Just got there, and there was 2 vampire mistwalkers and 2 vampire thralls waiting for me.
Yeah, I saw you had the same thing happen to you with what's her name, with Alva, where she's just kind of standing there.
Yeah.
And,
plus, when you attack Elva inside the cave, you get a bounty on you from Morthal.
What?
I've never had the bounty given on me. I kill her every time I see her.
Yeah, I think because what happened is right after I killed Morvar, I saved, and then I heard scuffling, and I saw that she was getting attacked. Well, she was attacking a vampire, and I'm like, oh, maybe she's on our side, and so I went through a whole bunch of times to save her, and then and then I looked at the UESP, and it said, oh, it's a bug, and if you don't kill her, she'll appear back in town, and if you kill her in town, all the guards will attack you. So I just kind of went back to the point right after I saved her, and I killed her inside the cave. And I did not get a bounty on me.
Yeah, you get the 40 bounty for attacking her, because you've just attacked her. But once you kill her, then she's the last witness, so then you don't get a bounty.
Ah.
Right.
Yeah, I don't even think I've ever seen the bounty thing pop up. I'll have to go and do that quest on another character and see if I get that.
Hey, Brian. Sorry, go ahead, Colin.
No, go ahead. I'm finished.
Now, I was just going to ask if Meathead walked up and punched Movarth in his fat fucking vampire face.
Yeah, he just Foos rode at him and then just ran up on him and went into a kill cam where it was that one where he picks him up, choke slams him, and then curb stomped him.
Curb
right
stomped
next
his
to
face.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I said, bite the curb, Movarth.
Yeah, he bit the fucking curb, all right.
You turn the curb!
Open your goddamn mouth. Put your fangs on the concrete.
Are you sure you have some mohawk or just kind of some?
Get your fangs on my arm first. Okay.
Just a
It's like
toupee
a
to hide
punch
his
card.
head.
He said, okay, is it bad that I'm now seeing a Nord just you pick up Movarth and it's like, shit, I need vampirism. I'm like one of those little punch cards or something. You put it on your arm, smack it down to close the jaw, and then go, okay, that should work.
So after we've killed Movarth, I believe on your way out of the cave, you visit with Helgi one more time. Does she pop up again? She did on mine as I was trying to leave the cave. She
Yeah,
just
she
says,
does. She comes and thanks.
thank you for, avenging my poor mother's death, and my dad's a fucking dick.
I think she said something about now I can rest in peace.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I can sleep.
I don't know. We just ran past her.
Now I can enter the eternal sleep.
That's not very nice, Colin.
Well, she annoyed me so much because if you watch the videos, I went in, talked to her, just finished my breakfast, walked up, talked to her, and she was like, "Oh, come back at the end of the night."
I don't have the time for this.
I was like, "What? Come back at night?" I actually say it in the video. It says, "Oh, I should have just set her on fire," and I carried on walking.
Whoa.
Jeez.
Uh-oh.
What was that, Colin? I missed it.
Yeah, I just said to her, she's like sending me, like I was just like first thing in the morning, like 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, what? Oh no, I just should have just set her on fire and carried on walking. But yeah, no, that was it. Joan Arias gets pretty annoyed at pretty much everything and anything. She doesn't give anybody a chance. She just kills them on sight.
Is that your follower?
That's his character, I think.
Oh, his character. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Sorry, I had too many drinks. It's all good.
All right, I guess that will let us proceed into the next Morthal quest, which is actually the last thing we'll do in Morthal. Morthal is just a quick stop off on the journey here, gentlemen.
Hey, I'll let you get in our house.
But we'll get into Rising at Dawn. Brian, you mentioned that you actually became a vampire for this portion of the story.
Yeah. Quick
How did you
run.
become a vampire?
Well, Meathead was out in the plains of Whiterun, just kind of roaming around, and he came across this cave called Broken Fane Cave.
Oh, yeah.
And when he saw the name, he thought it was a petting zoo. So he went inside and figured maybe he'd find somebody to pet, and he ran into some vampires. So he dispatched the first vampire and a couple of skeletons pretty quickly, and then he went a little deeper into the cave and saw some cages, and then there was a master vampire in the back room. The master vampire starts spraying a whole bunch of red shit on him, and then he contracted Son of Svengoolie, or whatever the hell that shit's called. After a couple days, he went out in the sunlight, came out of his house, and the sunlight hit him and gave him the shits. He didn't feel too good. So he decided the best thing to do is go talk to an innkeeper. And innkeeper went ahead and told him that there's a guy in Morthal by the name of Falion that knows about his illness that he has. So he went up and met with a guy named Falion, and Falion told him that he is contracted sanguinary vampiris, and that he can perform a ritual, but it requires a filled black soul gem before he can do the ritual. Well, while he was in that Broken Fang cave, he came across a couple of black soul gems, empty ones. So he pulled out his trusty iron warhammer, and he went ahead and he got it filled up with a soul gem. Just went to a bandit camp and filled up a couple of the black soul gems. He went and met with Thalion at a summoning circle that's just outside of Morthal. He performed a ritual, and it was like taking some Pepto-Bismol. He no longer had the shits.
Nice.
Good to hear.
What fits into a black soul gem? We haven't really discussed much of the enchanting. You use soul gems, and there's different levels of soul gems, going from like petty to lesser to common.
Yeah, a black soul gem, the unique thing about the black soul gem is the only thing that can fill it, well, give it a full fill, is a human soul. You have to kill a human.
I think that's the only thing that goes into it, though, right?
I think so as well. I think if you kill other things, it'll go into other soul gems, or if you don't have any soul gems, it'll tell you no soul gems to be filled.
Right, because all my black soul gems are always grand, which is grand.
Yeah, grand, yeah, because they're human.
Yeah.
Very nice. So that is a common question when I Google anything about Skyrim to see people asking here and there, like, how do you get rid of vampirism? Why am I burning alive during the middle of the day? Like, what is going on? Oh my!
Man, somebody breakdancing?
Yeah.
Must be.
There we go.
But so yes, if you are out and about in Skyrim and you happen to contract the dreaded vampirism, just go ahead and fill up a black soul gem and take it to Thalion. Brian mentioned it. I believe you have to talk to an innkeeper before it'll actually launch the quest. But talk to an innkeeper.
Talk to an innkeeper, and those fuckers don't tell you anything.
Yeah, I think you have to be at a certain stage for it.
I was at full vampirism, and I hit every inn across Skyrim and heard every rumor they had to before one of them finally said, "Hey, you kind of look sick. There's a guy in Morthal."
Interesting.
I spent doing for the whole week. It took me maybe 2 hours to do all of it. Something like that. Most of that time was trying to get somebody to tell me about the goddamn cure.
I worked in the first innkeeper I talked to, but then again, you look at Meathead, you're going to kind of give up any information you want.
Yeah, he does look rather sickly to begin with also, right? At least mentally sick.
Alright, that sounds good. Looks like we've powered through all of our assigned quest for the evening, gentlemen. Let's get into any other side adventures, side quests, any other interesting things people happen to accomplish. What's going on in your playthrough, Victor? You mentioned you restarted your character. What have you been doing to catch up? Have you done any side stuff? Or
no, not really. No, I've been just trying to catch up. I went through the stuff from the last episode as well, of course, through the Civil War. But that's about it. Poor guy is kind of weak, so it takes him a while to make it through any of these quests. So he dies a lot.
Have you managed to find either a spouse or a follower, or get your house or any of that stuff?
Well, no, because the house is Sunnyside,
Riften,
so Riften, and the follower is also tied
also
in with
part of that house. Damn, yeah.
Yeah. So no. My next plan is to make my way over to Kynes Grove and find my future wife, and then move along.
Is that where the first dragon summoning takes place?
Yeah, I'm going to avoid that though. I think I'm going to try to avoid the dragons as much as possible. I just don't want them in my life.
Hey, you need to go to the Greybeards first for that to happen anyway.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah. So I'm going to skip. I'm going to skip High Hrothgar.
Yeah, who's going up to High Hrothgar's? I'm just going to leave that hang in limbo as long as we can.
I've never done any. Okay, let me just say this: the furthest I've ever gone in any quest in this game that is like a storyline is probably to the third thing, and then something shiny happens, or I make a new character. I have like 12 characters, all different character concepts, and then I have an app that lets me go and play with the skill point spreads, and I have like 12 other characters on that ready to be made.
Yeah, with this character, I'm trying to complete almost everything, at least stuff that makes sense. Because originally I was gonna do, all I did was start the Thieves Guild, because the Thieves Guild questline I've gone through multiple times because I really enjoy that one. So I just started that one so I could sell anything I pickpocket, because that's one of the things that I was focusing on. I'm like, oh great, I have all this stolen stuff and I can't do anything with it, so I really needed a fence.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that because I have pickpocket, so I've been thinking about doing the Thieves Guild, but I've done it so many times I'm kind of tired of it. So.
Yeah, all you have to do is just start it. Basically, just steal the ring, put it in the guy's pocket, and then they go ahead and they send you down there, and the first thing they give you is the Golden Glow Estate. But from that point on, you don't have to do anything, and you have her available as a fence.
Right, yeah.
Where are the other fences in the game besides with the Thieves Guild? Is Enthier in the college, is he a fence?
Yeah, he's one of them.
Yeah, but I think you have to actually have completed enough side quests in each town to be able to use a fence in that town.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Really? Okay.
Yeah.
And there's the guy in the Hunting Brew Meadery. Once you've completed that, he's a fence. And there's the Argonian.
Isn't the Smith in Raven Rock? Is he one?
I believe he is.
Yeah, the Argonian at the not the Retching Hatch, the Skeever thing in Solitude. He's
the Waking Skeever.
Waking Skeever. Yeah, he's a fence.
The guy who wants to have nothing to do with you.
And what's her name in Windhelm there in the marketplace? She's also a fence.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, she's actually kind of cool.
She wouldn't be a fence for Michael though. He keeps on using her table without asking.
You're so convenient.
It's actually kind of annoying using her enchanting table, because the whole time she's like, "Can I help you? Can I do something for you? Can I help you? Can I help you? Can I do something for you? What can I get you?"
Get the fuck off my table!
And then she says, "Thank you for your custom," which is kind of archaic and weird.
Thank you for your custom?
Yeah, that's what she says, yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Sometimes people will come up to her and they'll have like strange conversations where they're trying to get her to sell stolen goods or something.
Mm-hmm.
They're not able to do that, and there's just these bizarre conversations that go on right behind you.
Yeah, particularly with that sea captain guy.
The sea captain definitely is.
So I heard you may be selling some stuff that fell off the wagon.
Arg. Yeah, I've actually started to listen to a lot of these conversations that go on just around you, because I've never really paid attention to them. That's why I like the Riften stuff. When I was sitting there enchanting, I started listening to the little goings on between the house Carl and the whatever, and just some of the conversations that go on. I'm gonna have to start writing some of the stuff down, because it's pretty entertaining.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I've started to pay more attention to. I would usually just skip right through as much dialogue as I could and all that. I've actually, I think Victor and maybe some other people were saying how they like to even turn down the music and turn up the ambient sounds of the game.
I just turn off the music. I never
turn it off altogether. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just recently did that. It's actually kind of cool. Because normally I like the music because it like ramps up whenever there's an enemy around you. Mm-hmm. But when you're going through and like there's an enemy without the music, it's just like all of a sudden you start getting hit and you're just like, oh crap, I gotta do this thing.
Yeah, it's a little more immersive. I love the score. It's a beautiful score, but it just gets tiresome.
It's a little repetitive.
Yeah. I mean the music. Yeah, I completely agree. That's why I never turned off the music, because I do enjoy it, and normally I just have it really low where it's barely audible, so it's easy to ignore it as well. But I as soon as like the music speeds up a little bit, I know that there's enemies around me, and that's when I turn around and start looking for them.
Yeah.
But without the music, you don't get that, and all of a sudden, like I'll hear my Dremora lords going, "An enemy is near," and I'm just like, "Oh,
I love those guys.
oh, they're great." they actually have quite a bit of dialogue.
Are those like master level conjuration or something? How do you get those fellas?
I think they're expert level.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're just one step below that, and
Aren't the thralls the master level?
Oh, that makes sense.
yeah, all the thralls are master level. But the only thing is with the you don't get a Dremora Lord thrall, which would be really cool.
How long do they last? Are they like a 90-second conjuration?
I have them where they'll last 240 seconds if I
Ooh.
dual wield it.
Wow.
And just a single, it's 120 seconds because of all the perks in the conjuration tree.
So can you dual wield one and make him appear, and then dual wield another, so you actually have two of them fighting at once for you? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's at the point where I'm at. I have 100 in conjuration, 100 in illusion, 100 in alteration. I've gone legendary in enchanting, and there was another one in there. I think I've got 100 in something else as well. No. Oh yeah. And then I'm like 92 in smithing, but it's the first time that sneak was not the first thing that hit 100 for me.
Wow. And mine's always enchanting. That's always the first thing that gets 100 for me.
Yeah,
Sounds like you jumped with both feet in, and you're swimming hard, Juan.
Oh yeah, I mean, I run in with both hands, with a spell in each hand, and I'll sit there and I'll throw on the dragon hide. I cast 2 Dremora lords and one conjured sword in the other, and I just full on immerse myself as a mage.
And this is your first magic character, right?
It's the first one where I've focused just completely on magic. In the beginning, I had to do sneak just because they just get killed without any armor. But I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try to not do any armor and just do this and just kind of work my way through. And it's been lots of fun. And another thing that I've done is I kind of got into doing the what is it? The restoration loop. Yeah, and so I mean, all my characters were overpowered, and it was nice because I didn't really have a lot of time to play. I'd play for about half hour, 45 minutes, and if it takes me about 45 minutes just to kill one creature, I'm just like, okay, what am I gonna do? But I find that I've started the game at expert. I've never taken it down from expert. I've left it on expert the whole time, and I'm just sitting there casting spells. And in the beginning, like I stopped at Riverwood, and I cut wood for about 45 minutes. So, yeah, and I sold it to the guy at the sawmill. Ended up with a little over 2,000 gold, and I bought my first robes right there. And then I went straight up to, and then just went from there and went back to Falkreath because I knew for sure that they sold the bound sword over there, and so I bought that spell, and it was really nice as a as an Altmer. You start out with some really nice spells, so. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and I don't think I'll be doing the enchanting restoration loop in the future because this it's awesome.
I see some bound weapons for sale because I've got my alteration to 100, so I'm started sort of dabbling in my conjuration now. So I've been casting the flame Atronach a lot. Yeah. And at what point does the bound bow pop out? Because I've been kind of holding out, wanting for that to pop out because I think it would fit nicely.
You have to go get
archery.
Yeah, I think
What's
you have
that?
to
you have to go get it. It's
You
in.
have to go purchase it at the college or whatever.
No. You can find it. It's in a specific place if you want to know.
Oh. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I purchased.
Do you know offhand where it is, Michael?
Yeah, it's in Fort Amol,
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
but it's in a bucket, so you gotta
Fort Amol dash.
in a
bucket.
bucket.
Under a lantern.
It's a really, if you don't know where it's at, it's a real pain in the ass to find. But once you know where it's at, it's walk in this one door. I forget which exact section of fort it is, but you walk in the door. There's a guy. There's a mage sitting at a table, and like a mage off to the right. So if you're low level, your ass is gonna get blown away pretty
Big time.
Yeah. But if you can sneak pretty decently, you can get past them, or you can kill them. And the bucket's in the left corner.
Nice. Will our Civil War questing be taking us to Fort Amol?
I believe it does at some point, if I'm not mistaken, or something else takes you there. I think it's part of the Civil War, but I'm not positive. I usually just go there just to get that.
Yeah, that bound bow is really nice.
Oh yeah.
Because it's basically the equivalent of a Daedric bow, and then if you get your conjuration up to where your conjured stuff is stronger, then you get it does more damage as well. And as a sneaky archer, it's pretty overpowered as well. It's really nice. That's the one I've been trying to avoid using, except when I face dragons, just to get them down to the ground. And once they're down on the ground, I can actually finally hit them. But bigger dragons take so many arrows.
Oh yeah.
Looks like we're not going to Fort Amol until episode 6.
I would go there early. And
I might have to go over
Yeah,
there
get there
early, make
early.
a special
Yeah.
trip.
Everything else respawns anyways.
But that's not something you can just purchase at the college. That's the only place you can get it. Is at Fort Amol?
I think once you get to like level, I want to say maybe 50 or 60 in your conjuration, you will get the bound bow. But,
I think I'm in the mid-30s somewhere, so that
yeah.
would still take a while anyway. I might as well just go over there.
I think it might be an expert level spell as well, because it uses a lot of magicka.
Yeah, let me check. I have it open right now.
Andrew, do you already have a bound sword?
It's available to purchase. I haven't purchased it.
So
just
do you know
I want to stick to the archery. I want to do as little hand-to-hand combat as possible.
Right, but do you know the little exploit to bring up your conjuration faster by using the bound sword?
What's that? Tell us.
Well, find a river, any place where you're going to find slaughterfish.
Oh, nice.
Jump in the water, agitate them, go up along the riverbed, so where you still see the red dots, just swimming back and forth trying to get to you. Conjure the sword, put it away. Conjure the sword, put it away. And if you keep doing that, your conjuration will skyrocket up to 50 or 60 within a matter of like 15 minutes.
Oh, that's right, because anything conjured, actually most of your conjured stuff will only increase your level if there's enemies around.
Well, not enemies around, but if it's considered to be in combat.
Battle.
So you have to have a red dot showing up.
Right, yeah. So, yeah, I never even thought about that. This is actually one of the first characters that I've actually been not grinding as much on things, just because I'm trying to make it as level as possible. So even like every time I level up, I'll only I pay for training in like light armor and heavy armor, because those are really the only ones that are like a pain to level up. So I'll do my 5 training sessions in those things. And like for the two-handed weapons, eventually I'm just gonna start using the two-handed conjured two-handed battle axe and start battling with that thing once I get one-handed up.
Is there a conjured warhammer by chance?
No,
I wish.
It's a battle axe.
Battle axe. Those bastards.
It's really fun cutting people's heads off, though. Once you get high enough in the perk tree for one-handed.
Yeah, beheading is one of the perks.
Yeah, I think it's in the middle of the tree, right before your master level, one-handed. Nice. And when you get the cutscenes, it just looks like the neck is shredded and just red and everything. And I chased a bandit's head down the hill when I was going towards Solitude. Just watching it roll down the hill, and then it disappeared in the grass.
I remember Michael talking about kicking that guy's head all the way through Solitude at one point.
Was it Ragnir or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I shot in his head all the way to
the Blue Palace or something.
Yeah. How do you do that? I haven't been able. I tried it this playthrough and I wasn't able to do it. So I don't know how you did that.
Well, definitely don't go up there before they're done.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, can you prevent his death?
No, you will get attacked.
No.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've tried before, definitely got attacked, but I got tired of trying it. But there's no way to actually save that guy. Like in Markarth, when you go in, there's the Forsworn who's going to attack Margaret or whatever her name is, but you can't save Ragnir, whatever his name is.
I think I've tried saving him as well, and he starts fighting, and he ends up getting killed. One way or the other, he dies.
Yeah, there's a video on YouTube somewhere. You can actually save him from being beheaded, but he still gets killed.
He still gets killed by the guard.
Yeah.
Bastard.
And even if you just walk up there and don't try and save them, they'll attack you.
They'll still attack you
Yeah,
anyway.
they don't even want you to get a close look.
Yeah, like, don't even think about it.
I wonder if I could get the master alteration spell of mass paralysis before going to Solitude, walk in there, cast that, kill everyone while they're laying on the ground, except for him, and try to help him escape.
Doesn't matter. All the other guards will attack you as soon as you're standing on the steps.
Yeah.
They all come running from everywhere else.
Those bastards.
Those game designers, they thought of everything.
Yeah, at least when it came to that.
So, Juan, forgive me if I've already asked, but you've got your spouse, your house,
I
your
don't
followers.
have my spouse because I needed to become the Thane of Markarth.
Okay.
And purchase the home because he is my house Carl.
Oh, so you can't get him without actually purchasing.
Yeah, and I didn't want to finish Markarth until we did it, but then I went ahead and finished Solitude before. I did because I wanted the extra enchantment from the Shield of Solitude.
What's that about?
Once you kill, what is her name? The Potema. Then they make you they make you like hero of Solitude or whatever, protector, and they give you a shield, and it has resist magic on the shield. And I had read somewhere that if you unenchant the Shield of Solitude, and then you also have the resist magic from somewhere else, you can actually double it up.
Ooh,
so
nice.
You can max out your resist magic, because you can only put it on a ring, a necklace, and a shield. And my character doesn't carry a shield, so all I had was the two.
So that'll actually, it stacks on itself, and you can...
Right.
You know, if you have a ring and a necklace, both with double, you actually get 4 times the magic resistance.
Yeah, that is correct.
Nice. That's a good one to know. I'd never heard of that before.
Yeah, I wanted all of that before I started the Dragon Quest line, because I had also read that if you have resist magic, anything that the dragons shoot at you is basically negated.
Nice. So their shouts are considered magic.
Right, except for what was that one we were talking about that the revered dragons do?
Oh yeah.
Drain vitality. That's the only one that actually does damage.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Well, that's good to know now.
Yep.
That's cool. And what was the quest again that you'd get the Shield of Solitude? You said something about Potema?
Yeah. Well, first you have to do. I believe it's going to be in the next where you go. The Boy Who Cried Wolf, And once you finish that, then you get another message from the assistant of
Firebase.
right, and then they tell you to go down into the tombs and get you talk to the guy that runs the tombs and everything, and he tells you, oh, you got to go get her skull, bring it to me, and I'll make sure to get rid of her forever. And you go down there, and she sits there and taunts you the whole time as you're coming in. And once you find her, you fight just Draugr after Draugr after Draugr until you finally take care of them, kill her, you find her skull, and then you go back up, you hand over that, and then you go talk to the Jarl. She's like, oh, thank you very much, you saved us, and this and that, and she gives you the shield, and then you disenchant that thing.
Nice. The whole long run. Yeah, I looked into
Yeah.
it. It looks like that's in the Solitude quests, and that's that'll be in episode 4. So not next episode, but the episode after that.
Okay, yeah.
So
So
this
I
is
did-
the
I-
man who cried wolf, tending the flames, and the wolf queen awakened.
That's
Looks
the
like
one.
Those batch of. Cool.
Yeah.
It's really cool. All right. Hey, Tom, what have you been doing on your side? Notice, have you gotten your spouse and your house and your followers and all that? What have you been doing on the side?
Well, funny thing about my spouse, he was part of the mob in Morthal when you go to find the vampires or whatever.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know if it's the same for everyone, but the mob did not go into the cave. And so I was like, are you pussy serious right now? You're just going to stand out here and let me do it all? I was like, whatever. Like, that's cool. And then, like, he came in, the guy who was my spouse, I can't think of his name. Then he goes back out, and I'm like, okay, whatever, screw you, dude. And get done, and I walk out, and there was like 3 people standing there. I was like, really? And I was like, fine. So I killed one of them. Didn't realize one of them who I killed. Then they all started attacking me, and I was like, oh no. So I had to kill my spouse before he was my spouse.
Oh, no.
But I was like, well, that's okay. He was kind of a sissy anyway, so.
Nice.
So
Well,
yeah,
would you-
really, not a whole
Would
lot.
you like a new spouse?
Yeah, I mean, it don't matter to me. I don't have a house yet, so.
Since you actually didn't start the process yet, you haven't gotten married, you can actually get a new spouse at this point.
Okay, cool.
Let me see. I will actually draw it right here on the air for you.
Oh god, it's live.
Live spouse drawing. All right.
Live action.
Let's see. Drum roll, please. Here's the bag. Shake him up.
Very professional.
We'll dump one out here. Looks like you've got... I don't know how to pronounce that. Dravinia?
Dravinia, that's my spouse
Dravinia? Dravinia.
too. Yeah.
Do you want a
Perfect.
different one? Do you want a different one since Victor already has that one?
Just give
Oh,
him the
I
town
don't care.
bicycle. Give him the
Have
town
them fight
bicycle.
for it.
Fight you to the death.
Yeah, just keep that. That'll be good.
Okay, that works for me.
Dravinia.
She's a Dunmer. You'll find her in the mines in Kynesgrove near Windhelm.
Now, Dunmer, that's a dark elf, right?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's hot.
Marry the town bike.
From Whiterun.
That's right.
Perfect.
Everybody's had a ride on that shit.
Uh-huh.
Bellathor?
Yeah, I actually had to rescue Bellathor for one of the companion quests.
Oh, why would you do that? I'd just let him die.
Oh, I love Bellathor, man.
Yeah, me
He's
too.
awesome.
Oh, he's such a tool, I think. But
Exactly. That's why he's awesome.
keeps it interesting, I suppose.
Yeah, because I mean, he's not like the guy who's over there preaching in front of Talos.
Oh, that
And-
guy.
Oh my god, that
Yeah. It's so nice and quiet without him there,
guy. Right?
and he's not as bad as Nazim.
Yeah.
Oh. Is the guy at the gates who's like, I'm looking for info on a lady or something like that, the red guard?
No, that's the Alec.
Alakir.
Oh,
Yeah.
Alec here. Okay, yeah, that guy. He is frustrating. But
Yeah, on Victor's, I think it was either Victor or Colin. They were saying that they usually just don't finish that quest line because when vampires attack, they help take care of the vampires, so most of your main characters don't get killed
They
out
just
there.
stand by the gates
that
and help
happened.
out.
Actually, yeah, there's a vampire attack. Because when I walked through the gates, the vampire was. Someone said you never should have come here, and I was like, "What? I'm like, this is a Whiterun. What do you mean?" And I whip around, and there's one of the guards talking to the vampires.
Yeah.
And the poor blacksmith daughter, or helper, whoever that lady is, she got destroyed instantly. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, go hide. Like, seriously?
No, that sucks.
Yeah, she was like head first going in there, and I'm like, well, thanks for that. Because I usually use her to, like, get stuff from, but it's like I guess I have to walk in the building now to buy and sell stuff. Thanks.
Yeah, I always like having her outside.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
like-
no loading screen. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Well, I like having her outside and the guy inside because I get to double dip.
Yeah, if they're both inside, then they share the same
Right.
merchant chest. But if the one's outside and one's inside, then you get actually
Really?
a wider array
Yeah.
of,
Oh,
of
yeah.
stuff to buy.
I never noticed that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I like Whiterun for selling all my stuff because you got double right there. You
And
got
then Bellathor up the way.
yep.
Yeah.
You know,
You can sell your potions at the brew store, and you purchase. And what I used to do is I used to purchase all of their ingredients and then sell them all my potions.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, don't forget the Drunken Huntsman too. There's you can sell in there as well.
Yep, and then you got the other blacksmith, and then you have the wizard.
Plus the lady in the alchemy store there, the apothecary or whatever it's called. She's like a master level trainer too. So if you need alchemy,
Oh, cool.
so she's good at the training at the high levels as well.
Yeah, but she always tells me I look sick.
Yeah, see, I noticed that too, and I was like, oh crap, did I contract something? And I would drink like I'd check my active effects and not see anything, but like, when a bear bites you, you get like the...
Never hear of high pressure selling?
Yeah, exactly, that's all she's doing. She's lying to my face. No, I haven't, Brian. Where can I buy a nice bottle of snake oil?
You look sick. Here, for 60 septims, I can sell you this. It's my last one, but you look like you need it.
You're thinking Riften and the Falmor blood. That's the stuff that what's his name is selling when from the guy from the Thieves Guild is selling.
Brinlaw.
Yeah. Genuine Falmer blood. It cures everything.
Well, that's useful for that one quest where you have to go out and collect blood for, was it the Transmundane quest? Whatever that one is.
Transmuting, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even think it's real. Blood, Falmer blood. He just.
No, are you serious? It's not real.
I'm
Thalmor
guessing.
blood doesn't help with anything, though. What you want is Thalmor blood. The more of that you spill, the better you feel.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch
I
out.
resemble that remark.
So, how about you, Carl? What have you been getting into on the side? Did you do get your spouse and your house and your followers and your animal follower and all that?
I've not found my animal follower or my human follower. My house I can't get yet because that's Windhelm's place.
And you're a Stormy.
Yeah, I'm a Stormcloak, so I'll get it long before who was it that has it on the
Colin.
Yeah, Colin. I'll get it long before you. You'll have to fight me for it, and I'll win. I have found the spouse. I'm just trying to get the goddamn priest to leave the bar and go back and do his goddamn job.
Is he bugged out for some reason?
I don't know. I go and talk to him, and he's always like, "Well, I'm in the temple from this time to this time." So I go and stand in the temple. I wait. I fast forward an hour. Nothing happens. I go back, and he's in the bar. Speaking of brimfire and hell and all this stuff. Hey, asshole! I need to get married here. I'm on a timeline.
And you've taken your amulet to to be betrothed and spoken to them, and they want to get married and all that?
I have the amulet. I've spoken to her, but she doesn't really say anything to me. She's just like,
Huh.
"Oh, hi." I got the little
Where-
priest lady that's inside the place where you take the Sybil.
Have you
yeah.
done her quest yet? Whoever your spouse is.
Playing hard to get.
You might
Yeah,
have to
it
do
does-
some sort of
It
quest.
won't even give me the quest.
Huh,
You have to, don't you have to
interesting.
trigger the marriage quest first
Yeah.
with what's his name there? So
Yeah, with the priest, but he won't leave the goddamn barb and bee.
He
I'm
doesn't
gonna
have to
drag
leave.
him out by the back of his neck.
Okay,
doesn't have to leave.
You've
You just
approached
talk
her.
to him in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, explain that, Colin.
When you're in the bee and barb, just talk to him and ask him to explain marriage. He'll ask you if you understand like how marriage in Skyrim works, and he'll tell you it's as earnest as the people who live here. You just have to wear this, and then he offers to sell you an amulet of Mara, and then you buy that, and then you can wear that, or you can go out and one that you found that you've plundered from a chest or something.
I think then mine must be bugged. He's not really giving me any speech options.
Yeah, then he must be buggy. He's probably. Have you waited until he's finished doing his speech to everybody in the bar?
No, I don't think I have.
Wait until he's finished, like doing the thing, and then was it the Argonian will walk up to him and say, "Look, that's enough. Can you stop
Get outta
bothering my
here."
customers?" You can, yeah. Well, no, he says you can stay here, but just like stop preaching to my customers. And hopefully, when that finishes, you should be able to talk to him and talk about marriage. If not, then if you can't talk to him directly, like open up the speech thing, then yeah, it sounds like he could be bugged on you, dude.
He's on the PC though, right?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
on
you,
the PC.
you can get a
I think.
command to power through that, I'm
Yeah.
assuming.
If it is
A
bugged.
console command.
Yeah.
Or just like try beating him up a little bit and then surrendering. That usually gets him out.
Call Meathead to pay a visit to him.
Yeah, that's right.
And, Brian, have you been doing anything sideways? Interesting.
No,
So you already,
I
you
pretty
already
much
killed your wife.
No, husband. actually.
Husband, oh yeah, the old pervert. Yeah, you're right.
I didn't kill him, man. That shit was an accident. No, I already told you guys that.
Manslaughter, at least. You can't get off scot-free off of that.
Man, he didn't put a fucking hand on him, man. It was the trolls that did that shit. I told you, 3 trolls tore his ass up. It wasn't Meathead. He just watched.
Quick, somebody call Skyrim CSI.
There you go. And you still ain't gonna find nothing. No, I just pretty much did all the messaging. I still have to go up to the College of Winterhold, which is probably I got nothing going on tomorrow, so I think I'm gonna hit a good 4 or 5 hour Skyrim little marathon there and get up to the
Sweet.
college and try and knock that out.
And that's your faction, your assigned faction
Yes.
there? Cool.
Yes. That, and I'm going to try and pick up that follower. I believe my follower is Eric. I think that's what
Oh
I got.
yeah, like Eric the
Slayer.
or
Yes,
Bold or something?
yes.
Slayer.
So I got to pick him up. So I think those are my two missions I'm going to do tomorrow: is hit the college and pick that dude up.
Nice. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
I enjoy the college. That's I've played through the Dark Brotherhood. I don't know when you consider the Dark Brotherhood quest finished. I've got the Dawnstar Sanctuary, and I did the last kill quest that what's that Red Guard guy's name? I don't remember his name.
Oh, yeah, the guy downstairs.
Yeah, I did he's like, and then one last, mission or whatever. So I did that already. And I didn't want to sink a bunch of money into the Dawnstar Sanctuary yet, so I haven't done that. So they call me the listener and everything, so I'm assuming that I'm pretty much done with that. Today, actually, I just got the Archmage's robes for the college. And the Thieves Guild, I am hot on the heels of Mercer Frey. We are about to catch him. I just became a Nightingale earlier today, and we are hot on the heels of Mercer Frey. And
That's some of the best looking armor in the game.
yeah, I really like it.
Nightingale armor.
It's just it doesn't fit with my character because I'm just trying to do everything without armor and casting the alteration spells to boost up the magic or boost up the armor. I mean, sorry. What ruin is that in? Where I'm? Is it Erkingthand or something? I don't even remember. But anyway, I'm up there right now. That's where my game is paused. I'm about halfway through that Dwemer ruin, looking for Mercer Frey. While he is in the process of getting, what are they? The Eyes of the Falmer or something?
Yes, the Eyes of the Falmer.
Yeah. And I have found in previous playthroughs that you can sell one of those, but not the other.
Yeah. Well, you can sell the second one, but the first one they just kind of take.
Yep.
And the second one you can sell it for 2,000 gold.
Who takes it? I don't remember.
It ends up on the shelf.
Delvin.
Delvin.
Oh, Delvin.
takes it.
Okay,
Yeah.
down there. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've completed the Thieves Guild, so I was hoping to get through that because the Thieves Guild takes forever since you have to do the 5 Radiant quests in each major city or whatever. I don't even remember what it is. It's been a long time since I've had to do
Yeah,
it.
that's a lot. I never really get through it. 'Cause it just,
Yeah, it's 5 in each, and they're random, so you don't get them linearly, and
Yeah.
it takes a long time.
I just save right before talking to each one of them, and I'll get 2 quests
In the same city. Oh,
in the
that
same
makes
city.
sense.
and then take
That's
care of those
smart.
2, and usually, like, if I'm going to if I'm going to Whiterun as part of something else, then I'm like, okay, I'll just wait till I get something from Whiterun, and so it takes a while, but eventually you get it, and then you do your thing in Whiterun, you do your 2 Thieves Guild jobs, and then head back, get paid, and then it actually goes pretty quickly that way.
Nice. That's smart to do it that way. I should try to remember to save and just reload each time they give me a quest I don't want to do.
Yeah.
If you plan it, because I do that as well, because it's one of the things that really annoys me about it. Usually I like to just take whatever quest they give me and go off and do it, but you are, the leader of the Thieves Guild, so you should be able to turn around and go, no, I'm not doing that stupid quest, I'm doing this quest. So
Are you the leader at that point?
Well, you can be, yeah. But usually you are, because it takes so long to get through it. So you usually have the quest finished before you do all those city quests.
The Radiant quests.
Yeah.
When are you considered when you get the Eyes of the Falmer? Is that when you're considered the leader?
Yeah, after you kill the
Mercer Frey.
Mercer Frey. Okay. But if you get her to give you the quest, so if you say to Delvin and say, all right, I want one of the city quests, and then he goes, right, here you go, and then just before she gives you save it right at that point, then you can reload from that point, so then it will just continuously change until you get the right one. So you don't have to, because you can turn around and say to him, no, I don't want that job, give me another job, and then he gives you a bollocking and then gives you a new job, and it keeps on recycling, and it takes forever. And plus, and if you do it at about, I think it's more than 10 times, they take something off you. So they'll take like a ring of magicka off you, or they'll take like a sort of like a dagger or something like that. They won't ask for it; they'll just literally take it right off you as you're standing there talking to them.
They have no right.
So I save at that point as well. So it's one thing that I will sort of like game. I'll save and just wait until it'll do.
Yeah.
So while you're going, Colin, have you done all your side stuff? No, you said you can't because of the house.
Yeah, my spouse
and
is
your spouse is
Gorbash. I don't know who that is.
Is that an orc?
Orc somewhere. Haven't found them. I've got. I had Belrand, who was the mercenary in Solitude. He's dead. So now I've been assigned a new follower. That's Talvis from Tel Mithryn. Quite like him. He's quite good. I have my.
And he's the assistant to the Telvanni mage. Is that correct?
Yeah, he's the assistant to Neloth.
Neloth.
I have my animal follower, which is a Reekling warrior.
Oh, yeah, those are
I've
cool.
had 3 or 4 of those.
I want to. I drew Gletta the goat as my animal follower, and since we're kind of deciding to do the Daedric stuff later, I think that's part of the A Night to Remember quest, maybe?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
So I was going to wait to get the goat till next season, but so I've got Vigilance in the meantime, but I've been meaning to send Vigilance home so I can maybe go up and get a Reekling, because the way you guys describe it, the Reekling sounds like he's really fun to have around.
Yeah, I gave mine dragon skin armor.
Oh, nice.
No, mine,
I found it in a chest somewhere, and I'm like, here you go.
Good boy.
Yep.
Yeah, was it to my faction is Thieves Guild, but I haven't been to Riften yet. I haven't
Okay.
started that.
Have you started any of the other factions in the meantime?
No, I just do Souls time. I started what you call it, the Mages Guild, but I haven't been to Sorthol yet. I started. Yeah, the only one I'm doing is the Dragonborn one on Souls time. That's it.
Cool. Are you enjoying your playthrough thus far? I remember you had to start your character over because it wasn't going well. Has it picked up a little for you in the story, at least?
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's getting a little bit repetitive. I haven't played at all this week. I played last week and got all caught up with the quests, and then I played for like a few hours, gotten halfway through the Dragonborn quest, but I haven't played in the past week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sorry for canceling on everyone last week. I was in no state to be hosting anything.
Yeah, thanks a lot, man. I got dragged to that 50 Shades of Shit movie.
And I assume it was to your liking, right?
Oh, yeah, it was just fucking wonderful.
Have you seen, speaking of that, College Humor did a joke, and I think it was actually, I'm hoping it was a joke. I hope that these weren't actual people they interviewed. But there was one, and they're interviewing people coming out, supposedly who've seen it, and one is, these two won't look at each other, and says, well, for every Valentine's Day, I go out to the movies with my daughter, and I think this is going to be the last time I let her choose the movie.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's slightly uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think somebody was saying that really the only reason people even think that it's a good movie is just because the guy's rich.
Yeah, no, I saw something that said if this guy was poor, this would just be a creepy, like, sort of faux rape movie instead of a really endearing, rich, like, bachelor seducing his lady.
It was just so repetitive. It was just so bad. I mean, the guy, the basic premise is this dude's rich and he doesn't have a girlfriend or any of that shit, and it's because he's into that S&M bullshit. And he reveals it to this chick, and it just becomes repetitive. He seduces her. He takes her top off, plays with her titties, slaps her ass, fucks her, throws her out. And he feels bad about it. So the very next day, he takes her on a helicopter ride, takes her back to his pad after the helicopter ride, takes her top off, plays with her titties, slaps her ass, fucks her, throws her out. And then he buys her a car, and it's just over and over and over for 2 hours.
How romantic.
Oh, yeah. It was so bad. It was so fucking bad.
Actually, oh god, I have friends who have read that and whatnot, and I know of people who are actually in that community, and listen, you have to go and talk to somebody of them about that. Oh, they hate that book and movie.
The book started as fan fiction based on Twilight, for crying out loud.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up. I heard that it was a Twilight fanfic book.
Yeah.
They wanted to see the vampires get down and dirty.
It's just dreck. Yeah.
That's just awful on top of awful.
Yep.
And that is your #1 movie in America, everyone.
That's sad, isn't it?
Yeah.
That ain't my #1 movie.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyways, back to Skyrim.
Well, I was going to ask Michael if he had any side adventures, but it looks like Michael had to hop off for the evening.
Yeah,
but
I gotta
we
hop off
appreciate
soon,
Michael
too.
showing up. Yeah, I was going to start wrapping stuff up here. I think we basically went through everyone and asked about their side quests and their factions and stuff. Anyone have any other little tidbits they want to get into before we go ahead and sign off for the evening?
Good.
I was just kind of one thing that I find really interesting about the game is that a lot of the main characters have a sense of what you've done and what you've accomplished. Because I went over to the Temple Merrick and face Merrick, and he sits there and he's like, "Oh, I see you really haven't done a whole lot. You've just killed a few dragons, and that's about it." And he kind of does that thing. And I've done also where I finished the Thieves Guild quest line, And then I started the Dark Brotherhood and went back to Delvin Mallory, and he's like, "Oh, I see you're making friends in whatever, you know." And it's really cool that they do have some of that going on. It'd just be nice if they had more of that going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've made observations in the past where people, they don't really change how they speak to you, even though you're now the Dragonborn and have basically completed the whole dragon storyline, and that douchebag in Whiterun is still saying, "Oh, of course you haven't been to the Cloud District," or whatever.
Yeah, it's like, "Oh, I'm only carrying around like 150,000 gold, but whatever."
Yeah, it's like, I could buy you, asshole.
There was a pretty great picture I saw. It was a guy who was like, "Oh, you're new for the companions." He goes, "I bet you fetch the mead." And it looks at the guy, and he's like in full Daedric, and he's like, "Does it look like I get the mead?"
Does it look like I fetch mead?
Yeah, even if you become the Harbinger, they still say that.
Yeah. And speaking of, in the past we've mentioned things that we'd like to see updated in the new future games. That's one thing that always gets mentioned is you want to people's sort of reflection of your character, how they speak to you to upgrade throughout the game. One thing I was thinking about that I would like to see, and I guarantee you there's no way this will ever happen, but I wish that when
Muffle
I
in
was...
every chest?
What's that in every chest?
Muffle in every chest.
Yeah, besides muffle in every chest. One thing I was thinking about, like when it's slow at work, I would love to be able to just open up an app on my phone and just do a bunch of smithing or alchemy and have that update to my game at home, like sort of like as a mobile thing where I could just like do not any of the fighting or active stuff, but just when it's like, Colin, if you're on the subway on the way to work, if you just want to smith a bunch of stuff and sort of get that sort of thing done while you're just sort of like your character is sitting at home, but he's still doing things.
I'm going to watch the bum taking a piss in the corner. If I'm.
You can learn to multitask, I'm sure.
A lot of games are doing that now.
Are
side
they?
apps.
Nice. See, that's one thing I would wish for is just to be able to do my smithing and my alchemy and my enchanting while I'm, got a few minutes here and there at work on an app. I think that would be really cool addition.
Dying Light has an app that you can send scouts out to run raids, and they'll pick up items and stuff and bring them back, and then the app will send that information via Steam to your game.
That's great. That's exactly what I need.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the Xbox One is going to be doing that, since everything is going to Xbox 10. I mean, to Windows 10, where it's supposed to go on your phone, your tablet, your Xbox One, and your PC.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it will ever work with Skyrim. Although I saw a video today of a guy who was playing Skyrim on his Surface Pro.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Yeah, it was running pretty well, too. It was pretty amazing.
Those are just like a little tablet or something, right?
It's a tablet. It's a fairly powerful tablet.
It's a really powerful tablet, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's not the Surface RT, it's the Surface Pro, which is a...
Okay.
Yeah, I have an RT. That my RT would never be able to run Skyrim.
Yeah, no, RT wouldn't work.
Yeah, I mean, the Pro, you can actually run like four programs at once on the same screen.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty powerful. I was looking at it for work, because it just seems like something that we could definitely use for measuring parts and everything, because we can just upload all our data right away, as opposed to having to write it down or to put it in one place and save it and put it somewhere else, and then because just the more times you have to copy something, the more chance of errors. So, but yeah.
Nice. Well, hopefully they will expand the game a little bit and have some side apps in the future.
We'll find out in June.
That'd be cool. Do you think speaking of which, there was big news that Bethesda has a special, I don't know, what do you call it, a segment of...
well, it's their first press conference at
E3,
E3.
Yeah, first one ever.
So, what are they announcing? Most people think that it's going to be...
Fallout 4.
A new Fallout game. I'm hoping they skip Fallout and go straight to another Elder Scrolls, but there's no way that'll happen.
Mm-hmm. They'll definitely announce the Elder Scrolls Online on the consoles.
Well,
we already know
a shit about that.
Isn't it released already by then?
Yeah,
No, it's due for June.
June 6th, I think, right?
I don't think Elder Scrolls on the PC, Elder Scrolls Online is doing all that well. Because last time I
Well,
checked,
hopefully when the consoles goes, it'll
Well,
pick it up.
it's going to a free-to-play model.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
it's going
Not-
free to
well,
play for PC in March, and then consoles in June.
Yeah, well, actually,
Well, not
what-
completely free to pay. You still
I
have to
know.
pay $60 for the initial game, but you
Right.
don't have to pay
Well,
for
yeah,
any
I mean-
Okay, yeah, it's-
subscription.
But no monthly
Right.
fee is what they
Yeah.
mean. Yeah.
Yeah, because what I found out, what I've been listening to is that they have over 100,000 users on the PC for Elder Scrolls Online, and what they're going to do is you pay to play, so you purchase the original content, and then any additional content is going to be like DLC, and then on top of that, there is an option to do a monthly payment. So then you have all the DLC content available to you. But as soon as you cancel your monthly, then you no longer have that DLC content, which almost seems like you might as well just purchase the
Yeah, just
game.
buy the
and-
DLC then.
Right, and that way you never lose it in case, like, you, for whatever reason, you have to stop paying for a month or two, or you know.
See, that worries me because the way they're starting to do that. Because when somebody explained DLC to me this way perfectly, let's take a painting like the Mona Lisa. What they're now selling, what they used to sell as DLC originally was you could consider expansions. So you add a little onto the painting, and now it's instead just the from chest up. Now you can see the whole person, and then they're like, now what DLC is? Okay, so we have the final game. Let's cut this out, this out, this out. And now we have 3 packs of DLC.
Yeah, that's a theory.
I mean, they might bring the game up during E3, but I think the major announcement is going to be the next Fallout game because they're due. I mean,
Well,
it's-
there's already been leaks of the next Elder Scroll, hasn't there?
Yeah,
No.
not reliable.
no, a lot of it's been shot down.
It has been.
The Black Marsh or whatever they're
Yeah.
Argonia.
Argonia.
Yeah.
And it's not even called Argonia, so
No.
it's all been shot down.
Was that the thing with the? I think it was like a bear for the. You know how we have kind of the dragon for Skyrim, the symbol.
Well, the bear is the animal for. Is it
Solitude.
Solitude?
That's the Stormcloak symbol.
No,
I
Windhelm.
thought it was Windhelm.
Is it Windhelm?
Yeah, but I saw there was a box.
Wolf is-
I
for-
could be wrong.
No, it's Solitude.
Let me see if I can't find the
What, the
post.
bear?
Because I know one person actually came out with a fan made video on YouTube for Skyrim 2, which I thought was pretty funny because some people were just like, oh, there's no, you're not really a true fan because it's actually Elder Scrolls
Didn't know
5. So
the Elder Scrolls series.
yeah. But I mean, then again, if you look at Final Fantasy, they came out with Final Fantasy 13 2.
That's funny.
Yeah, because I guess everyone liked the Final Fantasy 13 storyline, so then they made a second part of that one because they've also released 14 and 15. So I don't know.
Maybe what I saw was Argonia, the supposed Argonia.
Yeah, I wouldn't put a whole lot of trust in that.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to another Fallout game. Fallout 3 was a fantastic game. Fallout New Vegas, that was a take it or leave it kind of game. But a new game, new engine, Fallout 4, I think is going to be really good, and that's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, it's
You're a fan of the series then?
Well, I didn't start playing Fallout until I played Fallout 3. It was actually kind of a fluke. A buddy of mine picked it up when it came out on the 360. He didn't like it. Asked me if I wanted to borrow it. I'm like, yeah. So I took it. I didn't touch it for 2 weeks, and finally on a weekend I fired it up, and I absolutely got hooked. So, yeah, I put a lot of hours into Fallout 3.
And
Colin's a fan of Fallout as well.
Yeah, I got Fallout New Vegas. I haven't played Fallout 3. I thought we were going to be doing it for maybe season 5 or something like that, like swapping it over.
Yeah, I've never
If we
touched
run
it,
out
so
of
that
ideas.
would be me playing it blind, completely new. So that would be sort of interesting, maybe.
But yeah, I think I'm going to buy it in a month or two and start playing Fallout 3 and go through that. Maybe put up a few videos of it doing it blind. I think
It's a good game. You'll like it.
I saw you posted a few videos of Fallout. Was that New Vegas, I guess, then? Colin?
New Vegas, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing a playthrough in New Vegas.
You play on what do you play on?
Is that an
PC.
Xbox?
Oh, you're on PC. Okay.
Yeah, it's completely modded. It doesn't even look like the original game anymore.
Okay.
Was it all because was it have bullet time instead of using VETs? I can use sprint. I've got a weather overhaul mod. I've got one mod which adds about 50 new locations and 30 new quests, and
Wow.
it's completely unrecognizable from the original game. So if you
Are
watch
they
that and you buy it on Xbox, it wouldn't be the same game.
Are they as in depth with story and just all sorts of cool shit? Like if I'm a fan of Skyrim, will I like the new
In some ways, it's
the
better.
Fallout games?
Yeah, when I first played Fallout New Vegas, I picked up a follower. Her name was Veronica, just outside of a like a little watering hole, like a sort of like you have merchants, and they're just like like stalls on the side of the road, and she's hanging out there. So the conversation goes as it normally does. You pick up the follower. I'm wandering along the road, and we're going things. She likes to punch things with her fist. And then out of nowhere, she stops me and just going, can you take me home? Because, there's some serious problems with my family. Can you, come back to, where I live and do, help me out at home? And it turns into this whole huge quest. And it turns out most of the followers in Fallout New Vegas are like that. Your followers have their own quests where you're just, randomly walking out, and then just suddenly out of nowhere, they'll just stop you and just go, hey, can you come and help me out and do this? And apparently, and they're very in depth.
Did New Vegas come out just before Skyrim?
Yes.
Or was it
I
after
think so.
Skyrim?
Yeah.
Yes, it did.
It's a different studio. It's not Bethesda.
Oh, it's not.
It's Obsidian, I think.
Yeah,
I thought they were the same studio.
I think they just
No,
licensed.
Yeah, Bethesda's in charge of it, but they got other people to do it.
Okay.
Yeah,
But honestly, Colin, I did not like New Vegas as much as Fallout 3. So, I mean, your mileage may vary, but I really liked Fallout 3 over.
Yeah,
Vegas.
the only knowledge I have of Fallout 3 is watching Gopher's playthrough of it, and I really, really liked it, but because I was watching his playthrough, I knew what was going to happen. So I was like, well, I won't buy Fallout 3, I'll buy Fallout New Vegas, because it came after, so it'll probably have better stuff on it, more updated stuff. So I bought Fallout New Vegas, and then just played that. But because it's open world, and sort of it's pretty much like Skyrim. It's open world. You get to do a lot of things. I enjoyed it quite a lot, and there's quite a few things in there and it's very moddable as well. You got loads and loads of mods you can put on there. So I enjoy that aspect as well.
Yeah, I think for me the one thing that I didn't like about Fallout 3 was the shooting at things, because you could pick at stuff that you wanted to hit, and it was hit or miss. It wasn't like if you aim for the head and you're really far away, the thing comes down or something. Because I like doing headshots. That's kind of what I enjoy doing, and so I'd sit there and aim for the head, and it's like, okay, you only have a 5% chance of hitting the head, and if you don't hit, then it just completely misses. So I'm just like, oh, that's kind of sucks, and that was really the only thing I didn't enjoy about Fallout 3.
Yeah, but there was a perk system to where you can make it if you aim at the body instead, and it gives you a higher hit percentage, like say 80%.
Yeah,
and then your next shot can go to the head, would jump from 5% up to 30 or 50%. That's what you do. So you'd fire, you go into VATS and fire the 2 shots, and then you'd get that headshot that you're looking for.
Yeah, and I just never really got into the game system that much.
Yeah, it's deep, but once you
Yeah.
get into it, you can really tune your character the way you want, and it's a fantastic game.
Yeah, I think I went into Dragon Age right afterwards.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And I honestly, I love Dragon Age just because I used to play Baldur's Gate, and I used to play. I started playing Neverwinter Nights, so that's why I did enjoy that. And then I went back to Skyrim. So.
All right, sounds good, gentlemen. Well, I'd like to thank everyone for podcasting with us this evening. I appreciate everyone showing up, and our very warm welcome to our 2 new participants, Carl and Tom. Thanks,
Absolutely.
Yeah,
It is fun to be here.
Well, good. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and please feel free to join us again sometime in the future, whenever we'll get together. Just have to ask real quick, is everyone okay with sticking with the original schedule and doing it again in 2 weeks instead of our usual 3?
Sure.
Yep.
All right. Well, then we'll
Yeah,
plan on doing it again in 2 weeks. Anything else before we close up? I hope not. So we'll just go ahead and say thanks to our listeners for tuning in. And
Happy
happy
Skyrim.
All right, y'all.
All right, gentlemen.
Yep.
Another long marathon.
I think
Told
I
you.
put to sleep.
2 hours my ass.
2 hours before and after the break, really.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
We're just giving Michael double episodes so he doesn't have to do
Yeah.
the normal podcast. This is frequently. I don't.
Worse still, I have to record my next journal thing on Monday and send it in to him.
Nope, that'll be cool. Well, he can tack it on to either of these episodes, so
Yeah.
you don't have to feel super rushed if you don't want to.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm enjoying his 10 minutes in Skyrim. That's pretty cool.
hmm
I haven't actually gotten to watch many of those yet.
I'm gonna hop out and go work on my schoolwork.
All right. Thanks
All
for
right.
joining us, Carl.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Had fun.
It's
I'm
like,
out of here too. Good night, all.
all right, see you.
All right.
Bye, Victor.
It's like 9 a.m. for Colin probably already. You working in the morning, Colin?
No, I'm back at work Monday, so I'm off tomorrow.
Good deal. Good deal.
He's gonna go play some Skyrim.
Right?
No, I've been watching endless because I haven't been playing all week. I've been watching loads of anime.
Oh, that's good stuff.
I haven't watched anime since I was 18, 19, and I think the last one I watched was Devilman and Violence Jack. And they are horrific. There's no reason. In Violence Jack, there's rape, pillage, cannibalism, incest, fucking everything that you want. The worst things of humankind are in that bloody thing, and I think that's the last one I ever watched. For some reason, I just got back into it this week. I found a site called Anime Joy, and you can just download and watch endless series of anime. The only problem is that they'll do an entire series of 12 episodes or 14 episodes, and then they'll leave it on a cliffhanger, and then they'll never do it again, and that's very, very common. So you'll watch an entire series, and then they'll leave it on a cliffhanger, and then that's it. They won't make any more. It just annoys the hell out of
And
me.
then they splice in some hentai for you, and then you're all good to go.
Some of the good stuff is what I've been watching is I think it's called ecchi. I don't know how you pronounce it. And basically it's horny schoolboys, and they accidentally always fall on the females and grab hold of their boobs and stuff like that. They get huge nosebleeds, and their heads go bright red and things like that. And some of it is absolutely fucking hilarious. I've just been watching shitloads of that. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think the last anime movie that I watched was Akira, way back in.
Way back when.
Ghost in the Shell was the last one I watched.
Yeah, and that was because my AP class, chemistry class, finished. The AP exams were before the end of the year, so we had a month where we weren't doing anything. So people just bring in movies to watch during the day.
If you ever want to watch a real fucked up one, you want to watch Urasaka Doji, I think it's called, and that one's pretty fucking weird. You got a guy who the demons are sort of saying you got to defeat this guy. This is the good guy, and you're his sworn enemy because he's going out with a girl that you love. So they say if you take this, chop your dick off and attach this demon dick, you'll have enough power to go and fight him. So you watch this guy chop his own dick off, get the demon dick and attach that And then he gains demon powers to go and fight his nemesis.
Give her the old demon dick.
That's it.
I think I'll go watch 50 Shades of Grey again. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I gotta go eat something.
Right on, Brian.
I'll see you guys in a couple weeks.
Have a good evening.
Yeah.
See you in
Adios.
2 weeks. What's up with that Veronica song, Juan?
Oh, because he was talking about Veronica and in Fallout 3.
Oh,
That's the first song that popped in my head.
yeah. I'm not very well versed in Elvis Costello's catalog, but I played it just for a second and I recognized it immediately because my brother's a cappella group in college used to sing that song. That was one of their staple songs.
Yeah, I've listened to so much music that it's really weird the way my brain works, because like certain names or words will trigger songs in my head, or even worse, where a song will start and a different song will pop into my head that sounds similar.
I get that a lot. There's an Eric Clapton song, Layla, and at the end, it switches to this sort of like piano-driven section at the end.
Yeah.
That the melody line of a They Might Be Giants song always goes through my head whenever I hear that song. Like that happens a lot.
Yeah.
Or that All About That Bass song that's really popular last couple months.
Oh my god, my baby niece, she goes ballistic when it comes on. She's like bobbing her head and flipping out. I'm like, oh good god.
If you've ever heard the song Contact by Fish, it's the exact same melody. And then every time it's like,
Yeah, that makes sense because they do so much sampling. Like when Fergie came out, I'm just like, really? You just re-releasing songs that came out in the 90s and 80s?
yeah. But this is not a sample or anything. It's just they just happen to write the same exact chord progression, which with all the millions of songs that are written, it's no surprise that something sounds good. Like two people will use the same thing. Like I just heard that Tom Petty sued some guy for God.
Yeah, the guy from England, I think.
Yeah, what was that song? I don't even remember what the song is, but Tom Petty just had a lawsuit go through because this sounds like one of his songs from back in the day. I don't even remember. And it sucks when I can't even pull out the song in my head. But
Yeah, I know which song you're talking about.
yeah,
Yeah, because I saw that lawsuit, and it's very similar. Because I know even Joe Satriani sued Nickelback or something for one of his songs also, where it was similar also, same chord progression, and I think he might have actually won. I'm not sure though. But yeah, the thing is, you only have a certain amount of chord progressions that sound the same.
yeah. It's mathematically probable that you're going to write something that has already been used. So
Yeah, because I know that I remember when Slayer used to write a lot of their own music, they would actually sit there and play it and say, they'd say, okay, so we set this this chord progression here. Let's listen to it. Who does it sound like? And so they'll sit there and listen to it. Oh, that sounds kind of Metallica-ish. Throw it out. Oh, it sounds like this group. Throw it out. And they would go through that when they would write a lot of their albums. And that's why I know Slayer had a very unique sound. So and that's really the only group that I'd heard of actually doing it. Because when I used to play guitar, I'd sit there and read interviews and everything, it's just amazing how like a lot of those thrash guitarists and everything are just so knowledgeable in chord progressions and scale patterns and everything like that. So
yeah. Well,
Sorry.
are you a Velvet Underground or Lou Reed fan at all?
All right, guys, I'm gonna head out. I'll speak to you in a couple of weeks.
Right on,
guys?
Colin. See you in 2 weeks, buddy.
See you, Colin.
yeah, I've heard some Lou Reed, but I've never heard Velvet Underground.
Yeah, that was his band before he had his solo career, as the Velvet Underground. And evidently, how he wrote songs when he was a solo artist is that he got so tired of writing songs, like he was just like he didn't like anything that he would wrote. So he went back to all of his old Velvet Underground songs and just reversed the order of the chords that he wrote the songs in originally, and just wrote new lyrics over stuff, and those became like his new Lou Reed songs. So I always thought that was really funny.
And wow.
Yeah, he's ripping himself off, so no one could sue him. He's not going to sue himself.
Yeah, that was kind of interesting. With it's pretty interesting just to be able to do something like that, and actually make it work.
Yeah, no, that's the main part. Is like he's talented enough to write a song that works in that form too. So that's cool.
Yeah, I know. Well, what was it? Beyonce and Kelly Clarkson, Beyonce wanted to sue Kelly Clarkson for because the song sounded similar, but they had the same a same co-author for both songs.
So they couldn't sue each other because that guy had writing credit. That's hilarious.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, okay, well, didn't you even see who had co-wrote the song with her? And it makes sense that he's going to have something with the same type of feel and everything like that because it's what's in his head,
Yeah, exactly.
And for me, it just makes Beyonce look kind of silly because it's like, oh, I'm suing for artistic.
Of a song that I didn't write.
Yeah, exactly. And I just find that annoying sometimes from some people.
I mean, I think it's annoying that Kanye tries to dive on stage to defend her artistic integrity when she doesn't write a fucking song that she performs.
Yeah, I mean, she has a really nice voice. I don't
and
like.
She's a good dancer, but she still didn't write the songs. Holy shit.
She does write some songs, but it's like.
Oh, does she? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, no, she does write because she was trained from a young age to be that person. Yeah. But I think in Destiny's Child, Kelly Rollins she was.
Wrote
much more talented than her, because her voice is so much better. The one thing I don't like about Beyonce is she just uses so much vibrato in her voice. It annoys me.
Yeah. Wasn't Kelly in that Freddy vs. Jason movie? Wasn't she the black chick in that movie? I think that was her.
That could be wrong. Yeah, but anyways.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I think I might have to hop off too here. I need to run to the grocery store, get a few things before everything closes down for the night.
Right. Yeah, I got a pregnant wife who's been dinging me about supper the past 30 minutes.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You better go tend to that. I know how that goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, see you in a couple weeks, gentlemen. Good to talk to you. We'll see you later.
Yep. Good night.
Maybe I'll run into you around Noblesville. Who knows?
Yeah, right on.
See ya.
We'll see you. Bye-bye.
All right.